understand. The path is off the map, uncharted and undone, where only the strong endure. The test is internal. The test is vital. The test is a quest for something new and meaningful. Cause there's gold in them there hills, and it will take innovation and creativity to strike it.
Yes!
Believe the rush. Never give up. Grasp the glory. Trailblazing is the labor. Discovery is the prize.
Hello everyone, welcome to Copper Mountain, Colorado. It's day 2 of 5 out here for Dew Tour 2021. We are getting set to kick off the men's Ski Slopestyle Qualifier out here today. Taking a look at some highlights for some practice. Warm-ups have been going quite well out here today, Pete. And well, we had some weather yesterday, and conditions are looking a lot more favorable out here today. It's a little more conducive to some slopestyle riding.
Definitely about as good as it gets. Some sunshine out there, good weather, fast snow. So we're going to see some great runs today.
Yeah, you got a couple of different features to contend with out here. We'll talk more about the course in just a little bit. We'll take a little sneak preview here and show you what the features look like out here. But again, it is a bluebird day out here this morning. There you go. It's a balmy 25 degrees out here. Yesterday we had some winds that were whipping around. Visibility was kind of low. We were doing the pipe qualifiers, but winds have died down a little bit. You're only looking at about 10 to 15 miles per hour as I channel my inner meteorologist there. Love it. So you got a couple of different features to work with here, Pete. We started off with a couple of different rail or jib features, and then you get into the jump section. Let's talk about what's on course out here today.
Yeah, the 3 jumps and 3 jib features are going to be split half and half. The judges are going to be judging at 50% either way, so all 6 features play into that overall impression.
So as I mentioned before, this is just the qualifiers here today. The big job today, you're trying to move on into that final. We have a total of 26 athletes in the field out here today, but out of that 26, Pete, only the top 10 are going to move on into the big dance when we do the finals later on this weekend. You're going to get 2 runs out here today, and it is the better of those 2 runs that count, and the best possible score you can get. The judges are working off of a 100-point scale, and you see that tagline there at the bottom of that graphic. Overall impression, well, Pete, break it down. What is some of the criteria the judges are going to be surveying out here today?
Well, the judges are going to look at progression, amplitude, variety, execution, and trick difficulty, and that all plays into the overall impression to get those scores to rank everyone. They're going to end up having over 50 runs to watch today and have to rank each one of those runs in order.
So that is how we're looking to get things started here today. Hi, everyone. I'm Jimmy Coleman. This is Pete Arneson, by the way. And or as I'm going to call you, Dew Tour Pete, as one of the judges told me to call you. DTP?
Mountain Dude.
Mountain Dude.
Yeah,
all right. I like that.
Me.
You got a new tagline. It's some new branding.
Do it.
So we've got a lot to do here today. I mean, you got 26 in the field, and then we just run. There's no heat, so we just go straight through the order, then go back up to the top and do it all over again. So you're going to have a lot of time to wait in between runs.
Oh, definitely. It's going to be a lot of skiing and a lot of different runs for the judges to have to break down too, so we'll see how that goes.
They definitely have their work cut out for them, but the good news is you can actually see today, unlike yesterday. We had, as we said, the visibility was a little bit low, and the wind blades are not whipping around as much as they were yesterday. If you're into stats, check out Dew Tour by the numbers. We've got over 200 athletes competing out here this weekend. It's an international field, Pete. You got over 18 countries represented out here. You've got over 100 Americans that are battling for 24 Team USA Olympic spots. We'll dive into that more as we get into competition here. There are some Olympic points up for grabs. So top 6 athletes per country. But we've talked about the mountain. We've talked about the course. We've talked about the conditions. You talked about what the judges are looking for. Let's take a look at the start list. There's your first 14. Pick some standouts here. Who do we watch for?
Well, right now we have Colby Stevenson, who's leading the charge in the points for that Olympic qualifying spot. Right behind him with Mac Forehand. So there's going to be some bigger names up there. Alex Hall, who skied really well at Steamboat a couple weeks ago. And then some of the perennial favorites like Nick Gepper, but also some new names, Connor Ralph and a few of these other guys from the U.S. are definitely going to be pushing up into those spots.
So there you go, 26 skiers in the field out here today. It's 2 runs apiece. It's the better of your 2 runs that count. And the big story as we move through this qualifier out here today, only the top 10 are moving on into that final. You're hoping to get on the Dew Tour podium this weekend, but again, everybody's vying to get on the Olympic team for their respective country. So here we go. We started off with a Swedish competitor, 27 years old. This is Jesper Cheddar getting things started here.
Jesper, known for very creative rail tricks, flipping onto rails, flipping off of rails, so he's definitely a fun one to watch up in this top section.
Well, right out of the gate, he's going to be the one that sets the bar here. So just to recap, you got 3 features at the top, 3 different rail sections, if you will. Then you get into the jump section, and we are underway here for the men's ski slopestyle qualifier.
Yes, we're getting things started with a nice backside 360 switch up, and then the front side 360 switch up on the second rail feature. So both ways 360 switch ups. The switch left 270, pretzel 2 on that one. Coming into jump number 1 with the switch left double 9, getting that Japan grab right behind his leg. Coming into jump 2 with the right side double cork 12, holding that mute grab. Coming in switch to the last one with the switch right double 10, just getting over that knuckle.
So there you go. Jesper sets the bar here with a full run, or a complete run, I should say, to get this thing started here. Again, it's a 100-point scale. We'll take a look at some beautiful slow-mo replays, and then we'll see what the judges think.
So look at that front side 360 switch up. Just coming off a little bit early. Judges are going to take into account. They didn't quite get all the way through the rail on that one. There's the switch left, double 9. Getting that double Japan on that one too. And then a look at the last jump here with the switch right double. Getting the Japan under the leg and just barely sneaking over the knuckle there. But a nice clean run to get things going.
As we settle in for about a good hour and a half worth of slope style skiing out here, we'll get your scores here in just a second. Taking a look up top there, that is our next competitor, Mr. Nick Gepper out of Lawrenceburg, Indiana. See Jesper heading off to get a ride back up to the top, waiting on that score to come in.
Looks like he's chatting with maybe DC down there.
Oh yeah, third member of our team, DC. He's out there in the field. I'm sure we'll check in with him quite a few times as we run through this competition out here today. Did you see the Toyota Tundra that was perched precariously out there on that first jump feature?
Yeah.
We're going to call that the Toyota Twofer because you got an approach on either side.
That's a good one.
You like that?
Yep.
Okay, if you come
up with that?
I did. I'm firing it off the cuff there.
Proud of you.
Hey, man. That's how it works when we're sitting here in the booth together. Mr. Gepper from Lawrenceburg, Indiana, checking the phone, maybe setting the playlist there before he drops in for his first of 2. Jesper's going to check in with a 59 flat to set the bar here. Again, we are just getting underway. This is round number 1 out of 2. We have 26 skiers in the field out here, so Nick's got the tunes all set. Tighten up the gloves. Let's see what he brings to the party here. The men's ski slopestyle qualifier.
Nick, definitely one of the guys to watch for, especially up in this top rail section. Also going that backside 360 switch up, continuing 4 out. Little bobble there in the landing, but still going switch on, front swap. Oh, and getting caught up on that and going down.
It's gapping out, sliding out right there. So tough break right there. However, with the format, it's the best run that counts, so this one's going to be a throwaway, but that's tough when your second competitor in. You have an early slip up there.
Looks like he's just going to use this run to kind of get his speed on the jumps. So he's ready for run number 2, but he's got quite the time to wait to go up there and do a second run.
Well, the good news is he's got time to go down to the village there, get a coffee, maybe grab a can of Mountain Dew, get a kickstart. Try to kickstart yourself in that round number 2. So that's going to do it for run number 1 here from Mr. Gepper. See if we can take a look here at what went wrong on this gap out transfer.
See, as he tried to come off from that transfer and just got caught up right on the top of that A-frame rail and just going down trying to do that frontside switch up.
See by the body language there, a little bit of frustration, but yeah, that one's going to be, you're going to be tossing that one out with an 8.25, so got plenty of time to go through the motions and figure out what you want to do in round number 2. Coming up next, out of Sweden, 21 years old, this is Oliver Magnusson.
Getting things started, going to the opposite side here. First guy coming in on this other rail with the switch right 270, pretzel 450 off of that one. And the second feature with the backside 360 switch up, just tapping the end of the rail there. The switch left 450 on there, so biggest rail spin so far. And now coming in to the Toyota Tooper with the left side.
It's catchy.
Double cork 10. Just getting over the knuckle on that one. And then the right side double 12, holding the mute all the way through, nice and clean. Into the switch double 12, little double wobble there. Nice run.
So again, you got Jesper Choudert sitting in that top spot with a 59 flat for now. This is only our third skier in here this opening round of 2.
Here's a look back at those rail features. There's that switch right side 270, locking that front edge and pretzeling off to the 450 there, spinning the opposite direction. There's that switch 450 on. Nice and clean. And then making his way through the jumps, also clean. Just barely getting over those knuckles. Looks like speed is a little bit of an issue for him so far. Here's a look at the switch double 12, wrapping up that first rotation and then grabbing safety through the second one. Nice clean landing. Looks like that one might jump up, maybe challenge that top spot right now.
I know it's a little early to get you to walk that plank and start doing score predictions, but 73.75, so right out of the gate, you're on point. So that puts Oliver in that top spot as of right now. Coming your way next, 19 years old from the Greater Lake Tahoe area, a little place called Truckee, California. We welcome in Cody LaPlante for his first 2. So you got a 73.75 and a 59 flat, your top 2 scores here in the early quarter of this round.
Cody getting things started. There's the backside switch up to backslide. Not quite getting that all the way through. He tapped his front foot. The judges will take into notice on that. Switch 270, pretzel 2, just washing that one around. Going into the switch 450 to switch. So a few bobbles in the rails, but he's making his way into that first jump. Then they going with the switch right, double 9, Japan. Sitting back for speed, trying to get more speed in that next jump with the double 14. And sitting down again, getting as much speed as possible with the opposite way double 14. So back-to-back double 14s at the bottom of his run.
So a solid first run there for Cody LaPlante. We got Mark Hendrickson and Peter H. on deck.
So here's a look back at that first feature. See him get that backslide where he's 1 foot on the rail. And then he taps his foot at the end as he loses balance. So not exactly what he wanted there. There's a look at that switch 450, locking that edge back to switch. Then getting nice speed as he sits back there into the left side double 1440 lead tail, reaching through with his lead hand and capping that tail grab, and then mirroring that on the last jump with the right side double 14 lead tail. Definitely some very difficult back-to-back jump tricks, but a few bobbles in the top section, so I'm not sure if he's going to jump above Oliver, but we'll see what happens.
Just hanging out down there in the corral area, and the score comes in at 52.75. That'll slide him into third, just behind Jesper here. But again, we're in the early go, so lots of skiing. And again, lots of skiing left to come, I should say. And it's a 10 cut out here. Just trying to make that top 10. Moving on into the final. We switch gears to Canada, coming out of Calgary.
Let's go, Mark.
Bringing in Mark Hendrickson here for his first of 2. Did you get that stat you were looking for yesterday on how the Flames are doing?
No, I didn't. I thought you were going to do that.
I got all wrapped up in that whole Urban Meyer thing yesterday. I got sidetracked.
That'll happen.
In between runs 1 and 2, I'll get there.
I'm hoping Mark's coach doesn't kick him before his runs, but we'll see. You can go into switch left 270 on, continuing 2 out. I'm not sure if kicking the kicker is necessarily the best thing. He's probably got the strongest leg if he wanted to kick back.
Well, what we learned last night and into this morning is if you kick your players, that's how you get the boot.
Yeah. Oh, good. Very good. And then wrapping things up there with a double cork 12 mute. Nice run top to bottom from Mark. Got a little distracted there with Jaguars talk.
Taking it back up to the top here. Let's take a look at some replays.
There's a look at that
Hendrickson's run.
Backside 360 switch up, nice and clean through the end of that box, continuing 2 out. And then making his way into the second rail feature. Clean top to bottom, lacing the rails, and then also lacing the jumps. This is definitely going to threaten that top spot. Here's a look at that Toyota Tooper, the first jump feature. The double landing switch there, nice and clean, and keeping speed into jump number 2 with that switch double 9. Nice Japan grab right behind his leg, and then into the bottom jump, the left side double mute there, guitar. Haven't seen that grab in a long time, Jimmy. That's a throwback.
All right, what do you think? Play the score game here.
No, I think it's going to jump up pretty close to the top.
69 flat. That'll put him in second. So Oliver's still hanging on to that top spot as of right now, but 73.75, a 69 and a 59 flat. Your top 3 score. Look at that little snow branding going on out here, just in case you forgot where you were, what you were watching. It's good to be back out here.
Still some fresh snow out there at Copper to be had.
It's been almost 2 years since we've been out here, and we are happy to be back. Right now, we're happy to bring you Park City, Utah's Peter H., 21 years old. Getting the all clear from the sports and comp staff, and he is in.
Getting things started with the left side 450 on, continuing 4 out. Coming in switch to the second feature with the switch on K-Fed, named after Kevin Federline, one of my favorite rail tricks. And the lip side 450 on there, coming in switch to the first jump.
I thought you were going to say that K-Fed was one of your favorite people.
Well, I mean, I don't know him personally, but
it's okay.
He didn't seem like too bad of a guy.
You do you.
Free Brittany. There's that double cork forward there, a little double bio or double misty. And then wrapping things up with the double cork, holding mute, landing switch there at the last jump. So nice run there for Peter.
Well, consistency's been the name of the game for the most part for our first 6 competitors here.
Upping the ante a little bit on some of these rail features. You see him go on with the left side 450, continuing 4 out. And then coming into the second one. Here's a look at that first jump. Under the switch double. See him go for that safety grab and have to let go a little early, landing back seat. Not quite enough speed on that one. There's a look at that double misty. Spinning and flipping forward as opposed to some of the corks that are more of a backwards rotation. And then the last jump here with the double 12. A little short on the mute grab there too.
So he's down there in the 40s with a 44.50, so that'll slide him into 5th there, just behind Cody LePlante. So we'll look to see more of him in run at number 2. Another Canadian competitor in the mix here. We got Etienne Geoffrey Gagnon. Bib number 178, just waiting to get the thumbs up.
If you were wearing a bib, would you wear it over one shoulder or 2, Jimmy? Would you do the little style shoulder?
You know, that's a good question. I'd have to go the double shoulder.
You have to, yeah. Keep it classic.
I'm old school.
Yeah.
I'm also old, so there's that.
I believe Lolo Favre was probably the first person to do that in the half pipe, and I thought it was the coolest thing at 16 years old watching him. So I always did the one shoulder.
Style is important.
It is. Tap the battle.
So here we go with Etienne Geoffrey Gagnon.
Switch 270 on, pretzel 450 out there. Coming into the second rail feature with the backside 360 switch up, locking that one in, sliding all the way through the rail. And the switch right side 270 on, continuing 270 out. Making his way into that Toyota twofer. The double flat spin kangaroo flip. Again, a throwback on that first feature. Into the switch double 10. Coming into the last jump. Switch right, double misty 12. Nice run.
Wow.
Run definitely had a little bit of everything, mixing up the rotations. Rails were solid all the way through. I think that's definitely going to be up there. Here's a look back at that backside 360 switch up. You see him lock onto the rail. Judges want to see the skier slide a majority of the rail, not just tap the end of it when they're doing these bigger spin switch ups. Here's a look at that bow and arrow double flat spin or the kangaroo flip. No to Yoon Olsen with that one. Octo grab on that switch double 10, and then coming into the last jump with the switch right side double misty. So misty meaning he's flipping forward while spinning 3.5 rotations. Getting that just barely around there, but keeping it together.
Yeah, holding on there on that last feature. What's it going to be on the score? Pete, we're into the 80s. It's an 84.25.
They loved it.
So the Canadian finds himself at the top of the leaderboard here. early on. We're just a quarter of the way through the lineup here in run at number 1 out of 2. But the party keeps moving right along. From Park City, Utah, we're about to bring in Colby Stevenson here.
Colby looking like he's wearing his party jacket out here. Get things started off switch with the switch on, frontside switch up, almost a 270 switch up to 50-50 on that box. 180 out. There's a switch 450 disaster on that. To the left side 270, locking that one through. First guy to hit that down flat down. Getting things started with the nose butter 10. So only one rotation coming around with that nose butter. Into the right side double 12, locking in that mute grab, coming in switch to the last jump with the switch double 14. Great run from Colby Stevenson. He is pumped.
Fired up about that one.
Last one.
You're saying that was close on that last one.
He barely snuck that spin around, taking that to 14.
Fuck yeah.
Heck yeah, he loved it. Here's a look at that first rail. You see him do that switch up, that 270 switch up to switch 50-50 to switch 360 out. It looks like that was a frontside 360 switch up there. He slid that transfer rail and then that down flat down. Look at him lock in and go through that last kink. Tons of speed. Great style on that one. There's that nose butter. So he's starting and initiating that spin early and actually sliding his tips off the lip and then doing the 1080. So great run top to bottom from one of our favorites here with Colby Stevenson. That switch double 1440. 4 full rotations, just sneaking that one in.
Yeah.
Heck yeah, that was close.
I like that, covering for him there.
It's my boy. Nice run though, but this is definitely going to jump up, probably take over that top spot. Put Colby in a hopefully a safe position, making him into finals.
Another look at it at real-time speed right there to give you the full appreciation of it. And he's still pretty pumped, and almost into the 90s, an 89.25. And you called that we have another lead change here. So Colby Stevenson finds himself in the top spot. Taking a look at our current standings here, we are only 8 competitors deep so far. Remember, it is a 10 cut moving into that final, but we've seen a lead change from our last 2 competitors here. And Colby Stevenson now finds himself knocking on the door of the 90s, that 89.25. Coming up next, all the way from France, we have Antoine Adelise coming off of a 3rd place finish at the men's ski big air event. Just down the road, Steamboat.
Antoine getting things started here. Switch right 270 on, pretzel 450 off, so locking that edge, spinning the opposite direction than what he spun on, hence the pretzel name. Continuing 2 out on that one. The left side 270 on, pretzel 270 out, locking the edge. So a little more technical in the rails, not taking as much speed through there. There's a look at that left side double. Looks like he wanted to go 12, but ended up landing 10 and trying to wash that around, so not quite enough speed there for Antoine. We'll look to run number 2 to improve on that one. He's got a huge bag of tricks.
Yeah, so as he makes his way into the corral here, we'll take a look at what happened there. He's going to have to park it and wait quite a while to get that second run.
There's a look here, just not quite sneaking this one around, landing almost 11 on that one, not quite to 12, and unfortunately landing sideways when you don't mean to isn't a good thing.
Tried to force that one around though.
Hey guys. Yeah, no.
This is Mac forehand from Winhall, Vermont, taking his first of 2.
Mac currently sitting in that 2nd position for the points to get on that U.S. Olympic team. So he's looking to make finals and hopefully get some more points to secure his position to go to China.
Yeah, that is looming on the horizon. We are just a month and a half, 2 months out from Beijing Winter Olympics.
Mac nice and clean through the rails, coming into that first jump feature with the right side double cork 12, double Japan. Coming in switch to jump number 2. The switch left double 12, but no, just not quite enough. Checking his hip there, but still going. Left side double 12 and keeping it together, somehow holding on.
I thought he was going to end up dumping that one over, so good save right there. But again, he too is going to have to shake this one off and look to that second round. So we'll get you some replays here in a moment. But in the meantime, there's a lot going on out here at Copper Mountain. Taking a look now, this is going on live. This is over in the pipe. This is women's snowboard pipe qualifiers going on. That weather we talked about yesterday, Pete, kind of threw a little bit of a curveball into our schedule, so we actually ended up having to tweak the schedule a little bit. So the ladies of snowboard pipe are over there trying to make their bid to get into the finals.
Nice looking run all the way through. Nice and smooth there from Chloe. Love that switch method. One of my favorites.
Yeah. So there's a lot going on. It's a lot of moving parts here, Pete. We're moving and shaking out here at Copper
Moving
Mountain.
and shaking and hooking the big ones, Jimmy.
Chloe Kim just hanging out down there, doing some social media stuff, waiting for her scores to kick in. Yeah, I think we have men's and women's snowboard pipe qualifiers going on out here today, if I'm not mistaken. So it is a packed schedule out here today. Oh, there you go. Chloe Kim's in second place right now in the qualifiers, if you're keeping tabs with the 75.75.
Nice smooth run. They loved it.
So maybe we'll get some more little sneak peeks over there.
I like it.
Throughout the afternoon.
I'll try to call a run. We'll see what happens.
I just called it the afternoon. It's still morning here.
Gotta
so
practice.
Maybe the afternoon, depending on where you're watching. Yeah, boy. So here we go from New Zealand, Finn Ballou.
Finn sneaking into that last spot, getting in here today. One of my favorite skiers to watch. Do a little front side 450 off, and then the flat spin off the side of the rail. So a fun, unique line through that top rail feature, getting an extra hit in there. The front side switch up to backslide to switch. Backslide meaning he's sliding on just one ski. Much harder to balance. Coming into that first jump feature with the right side double 10. Big amplitude on that one. Looks like he's not having trouble with speed so far. There's the double 12, getting that one around the switch. Coming in switch to the last jump with the switch double 10. Nice clean run from Finn, the Kiwi.
Puts it down there to cap that run. Woo! Just making, as you mentioned earlier, just making an comp this morning. He was an add-on.
So look back at that switch right 270 on, continuing to look back at the rail. Tons of style, very clean, effortless, and good amplitude on this first jump. A lot of the guys have been struggling with speed there, and he went pretty big off of that one on that Toyota twofer. Look at that last jump, locking that grab. Nice clean landing, legs together, effortless.
So just to recap, Colby Stevenson's the mark to beat right now with an 89.25, or not to beat, this is just qualifying to get into the finals, but he is the high point as of right now. And again, the top 10 move on into that final as we await the numbers here. For Finn, we got Ryan Stevenson and then James Woods on deck, and then we're at the halfway point of round number 1 here.
This run is definitely one of those ones that's going to be bumped up in one of those top spots. So they're breaking down the run. They're comparing it to some of these other guys who've already gone, deciding where that score is going to rank him and place him to get him into finals.
So there you go, a 76.75. So that'll slide him into third place. So nestled in there between Etienne Geoffrey Gagnon and Oliver Magnussen. So there's your top 8 as of right now. We're going to see some of those lower scores drop out as we move through this round and into round number 2. But the big story here, out of these 26 individuals, only 10 of them get to go into the final. Moving back up top to our next competitor here, representing the USA, we welcome in Ryan Stevenson.
Ryan sounds like he's wrapping his whatever's in his ears as he gets dropping there. Switch right 270 on, continuing 4 out. Into the switch left 270 on, backside switch up, excuse me. Into the left side 450 on, so nice and clean through the rails. Coming in switch to that first jump. The switch right, double 9, just sneaking that one around. Coming into jump number 2 with the left side double 12, reaching back, capping that tail grab. Coming in switch to the last jump. With the switch left, double 9, little wobble there, nice and clean.
G-Mom, baby.
What did he say?
G-Mom, baby.
Heck yeah.
Little helmet branding right there, little shout out.
Look back at those rail features. There's that left side 450 on, just getting the end of the rail. Just like to see as much of that rail slid as possible. There's a look at that first switch right double, just sneaking that one through. Maybe not the as much difficulty as some of these other guys, but very clean all the way through his run. Probably going to put him up in that top 10 for now, but I don't know if he's going to stay up there.
So that'll put him in 6th right there with a 62.75, just in between Mark Hendrickson there and Jesper.
I now know who drank all my coffee this morning.
Is that why there was none in the production office?
He is pumped.
He's on his 3rd kickstart for the morning out here.
More than likely.
Shotgunning a couple of those things.
Mountain Dews.
Here we go. Representing Sheffield, UK, this is 29-year-old James Woods.
Great to see Woodsy out here also taking that unique line to the rodeo off the side of that rail feature, getting an extra couple hits in there, coming into that transfer, backside 360 switch up, getting a little caught up and almost dropping his pole, keeping it together. The switch right 270 on, nice and clean. Woodsy, tons of style. The switch right double 9, locking down that safety grab. The jump number 2 with the left side double cork 10. Tons of speed here, so he's making it through.
With one more hit to go.
The right side double 12, very clean. Again, maybe not as high of difficulty as some of the runs we've seen at the top, but clean top to bottom, something he can build off of.
Sorry, I didn't mean it.
James, stay right there. I didn't mean it, so we'll have to take a look.
You can see this first
Which
rail
part he's
feature,
referring to.
sliding that into that wall ride, and then coming over to the side and doing that rodeo off the side. Nice and clean, almost dropping his pole on that second rail feature, and then coming into the jump number 2 with the left side double cork 1080. And here's another one, another look. You see him locking that safety grab right under his boot. Here's a look at that final jump with the right side double, getting that mute grab, sliding his hand all the way out to the tip of the ski. Nice clean landing from Woodsy. Great to see him out here.
Well, that 10 cut right now is a 44.50, so that's good enough to get James in 9th for right now. But you know, as we go through this, those 40s aren't going to hold up. Probably going to see those 50s go away as well, but James, you're in for now. So we're officially at the halfway point of the run order here. We welcome in Park City, Utah's Alex Hall.
Hey, Hall dropping in, always very creative on these rail features, taking different lines. Getting things started with the switch 270 on there. Into the backside 360 switch up. Alex known for some big spin tricks on the jumps as well, making his way through the rails. So getting going here on the Toyota Twofer with the switch right double 9, locking down the safety grab there. Into the left side double 12 with the seatbelt Japan, coming in switch to the last jump with the switch double 14, just sneaking that one through. Barely getting that one around, but still landing clean.
Not even waiting around for the react, just right back over there waiting for the ride to get back up top.
Here's another look back up at the rails there, the backside 360 switch up. And then into that first jump, you see him locking that safety grab just on the side of his boot. I just want to see his hand underneath the ski, actually grabbing the ski, not just his boot on that one. Seatbelt Japan, one of the more difficult grabs we've seen so far today. The switch 14 there, locking that one down, but a few bobbles mixing through. He's going to have a few things he's going to want to improve on run number 2, but getting one in the books, hopefully a score that's going to jump him up into that top 10 to get into finals for those all-important Olympic qualifying points.
DC out there getting some info, talking it over with the boys. Our top 2 scores are in the 80s. We got an 89.25 and an 84.25. Then you get a couple scores in the 70s. What's it going to be here for Mr. Hall? He's in the 80s, so now our top 3 scores are in the 80s. An 82.50, which will put him into 3rd, so now that puts James Woods on that bubble spot for now, who we just saw with that 49.50 prior to Mr. Hall's first outing. So there you go. We're kind of knocking on the door of the 90s there with Colby Stevenson. But we still have a lot of skiing left to come here in the men's slopestyle qualifier. From Switzerland, this is Fabian Busch.
Fabian getting things going, known for big spins on the jumps. See what he has for us in the rails here. Little backside switch up into the wall ride. Going for the little cork 450 off the side of that one. Coming in, switch to the second feature, switch on, frontside switch up the backslide, continuing 2 out. The 270 on pretzel 2, nice and clean through the rails. Some technical difficulty in there as well. The right side double 10, locking down the mute grab. Coming into jump number 2 with the left side double 12 tail. Coming in, switch to the last jump with the switch right, double Misty 12. Nice run. Wow. Great variety top to bottom through the rails on the jumps. Different grabs. It was a good one to watch.
We go back up top and take another look.
Fabian also opting for this different line, getting 2 hits in on that first feature. Going into that little flip off. And then here's a look at the right side 270 on, locking that front edge, getting himself to spin back in the opposite direction to do the pretzel 270 out. And then coming into that Toyota twofer with the right side double 10 mute. Jump number 2 with the left side double 12. So both ways doubles. And then coming in, switch to this last jump with the switch double Misty. You see him reach down, get that safety grab, holding it all the way through the rotation, and then very clean on the landing. This is going to be a good score.
He's going to challenge for that, one of those top 2 spots, and it is 86.75. Puts him in second place. He didn't even get a chance to react to that right there. So that'll put Fabian in the number 2 spot. So that bumps James Woods out. So Cody LaPlante now your bubble. So you need a 52.75 or better if you're jumping into that top 10 here in the opening round. A little aerial shot right there of the slopestyle start structure. Another Canadian in the mix out of Oakville, Ontario. We bring in Evan McEachran.
Evan getting things started with a nice switch on to K-Fed on that transfer rail. Then the backside 360 switch up the switch, very clean. Evan known for being a very technical rail skier with lots of spins. Switch, tails over 270, continuing 2 there. To the left side, double 10. Looked like he was reaching down for the meter grab on that one. To the right side, double 12, sneaking those tails around, coming in switch to this last jump with the switch left, double 12. Some nice run from Evan. Evan, one of these guys who always does that meter grab, named after Ian Meter, one of the judges. The backside 360 switch up there. And here's a look at that meter grab. So getting that mute and then reaching with his other hand around. Named after Ian Meter, but I don't think Ian Meter's ever done it.
How does that work?
He just needed a legacy in skiing, and he has some friends in high places. So, and I happen to be one of those friends. The right side double 12 on that one, then coming in switch to that last jump with the switch double 12. See him reach through, just missed that tail grab, but sneaking that Japan around, changing grabs on that one. See what the judges end up doing with it.
Yeah, again, the bubble spot right now with top 10 transferring on. You've got Cody LaPlante sitting in that number 10 position with a 52.75. Colby Stevenson still the high mark there with that 89.25. You got Connor Ralph, Hunter Henderson, and James Consler all on deck here. Our next 3 competitors. Day 2 of 5 out here. 2 Tour Copper Mountain 2021. A little bit of a crowd brewing down there. Got some people hanging out the bottom course. So Evan is going to get in to the top 10. He'll slide into 5th there, knocking on the door of the 80s. He has a 79.50, so just a half a point shy of the 80s. So that bumps Cody out. So now Jesper, our first skier that we saw here in this comp, he is your bubble. So now it's a 59 or better if you're hoping to crack into that top 10 as we bring in Helena Montana's Connor Ralph.
Ralphie, one of these rookies. Huge bag of tricks, lots of style. Great to see him out here. Get things started with the backside 360 switch up. It's hard to see if he got the rail on that one. And the switch 450 onto that. So making his way into that jump section. Connor getting things going with the right side double 12. Nice and clean. Good grab all the way through. Into the switch left double 12. So back-to-back dub 12s. What's he got for us on the bottom here? Oh, just slipping out a little bit, but somehow getting that one around.
Just loses an edge at the bottom of that right there. That was a heck of a save, though. Connor Ralph.
I have no idea how he got that around. It looked like he lost his edge going up the lip of the jump and somehow managed to still, yeah, exactly, he just fell backwards off the lip of the jump and somehow still managed to do a double. That is some unbelievable air awareness to be able to bring that back to your feet. I would be in the parking lot on my back.
See right there, just saving it and then catches the edge at the bottom. I mean, that could have been a lot worse right there.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, though. The rest of that run was shaping up really nice, so he'll have to look to run number 2.
Yeah, you could see his reaction as he skied through the corral there, over there talking it over with DC right now. So tough break there. That's going to put him down in the mid-20s, slide him all the way down to 15th here.
I think he was just telling DC he was sitting back to get speed and then tried to stand up too late and almost G'd out and hit his back off the lip there.
We'll have to see if he can put that together and make it happen, make a charge for that top 10 and run number 2. Coming your way right now via the state of New Hampshire. This is Hunter Henderson.
Hunter getting things started, also going for that backside 360 switch up, continuing 4 out. Very popular trick so far. The switch right 270, continuing 4. So mixing things up, kind of taking a different line for these rails. Switch left 270, pretzel 270, spinning off the opposite direction. The switch double 12 on the first jump. Just a little backseat on that one, but still making his way through. Oh, and just going down on the double 12. Not quite enough air on that one. It looks to be okay, though.
Yeah, losing both the shoes on that one, but springs right back up, so not going to get dinged up on that one.
That backseat landing on that first jump, I think, just threw him off slightly where he didn't have enough speed into the second jump. And ended up catching the knuckle. Looks like he's all right.
Yeah, he sprung right up from that one, now making the hike back up to go retrieve those skis there. So Jesper's going to hang on to that number 10 spot. Now let's take another look, Pete.
Here he comes into that second jump feature. Wrapping around, maybe even trying to go all the way to 14, but just coming up short and catching the knuckle, losing both his shoes.
There's a little bit of a bounce there, too. It's good to see him spring right back up from that. So he, too, going to have to get it done in that second round. Bib number 164 here up in the start structure. Out of Park City, Utah, 18 years old, bringing in James Consler.
Definitely a lot of youth in this contest. A bunch of younger guys making some of their first appearances here at the Dew Tour.
Get a bigger picture idea of what this slopestyle course looks like out here at Copper Mountain. See all the different features there. You just joined us here at dewtour.com. We start off the top of the course. You got 3 different sections with some rails and some jibs, and then you start off with a 3-jump section. The first jump, you've got 2 options, one on either side with a Toyota Tundra parked precariously in the middle of all that, and then you've got 2 jumps after that. 2 runs per athlete here. It's the best run that counts out here, working off of a 100-point scale. We've still got 7 skiers left to go here in the end of round number 1. We're going to take a quick little break. Looking at some highlights here of your current leader. Colby Stevenson sitting in that top spot with an 89.25. So we'll have the conclusion of round 1 when we come back to Dew Tour Copper Mountain.
K-fed, front side switch up, continuing 2 out. Jump number 1 with that Toyota twofer. There's that safety grab, locking that one in. They call it the safety grab because it is the easiest grab to do right under your boot. But then mixing up the grabs as he went through. Double on the bottom there, landing switch nice and clean.
Let's see what the judges think here. Again, another great aerial shot right there. Beautiful day out here at Copper Mountain. Completely different from what we were enduring out here yesterday. So not enough to get him. For now. Again, Colby Stevenson, Fabian Bush, and Etienne Geoffrey Gagnon. And now Alex Hall. We've got your top 4 scores. Your 2 runs count out here today at Copper Mountain. Coming your way right now out of Norway.
Seb's one of these guys to definitely watch on the rails. Very creative rail skier, lots of technical tricks. Always one of my favorites for Team Norway.
Way down there now.
Just eyeing it up there. Waiting for the all clear here from Sports and Comp. There's a beautiful shot right there of the Toyota twofer. Also could be called the Tundra takeoff, Pete. What do you think about that one? It's a good looking Tundra right there.
Tundra takeoffs.
Tundra takeoff.
There are 2.
That's right.
There's one on either side.
Yeah. It's a good looking truck right there. I might have to upgrade. I think makes my Tacoma look a little shabby.
See if you could just drive that thing home Sunday instead of catching your flight.
There you get, it's not that far of a drive back to Texas.
No. Just a break-in period.
Yeah, you won't necessarily need the 4-wheel drive portion of that where I live. However, the dirt bike would look pretty good in the back of that thing.
It would.
My neighbors would be jealous.
You'd want to get the regular bed, not the short bed.
That's currently what I'm rocking now on the Tacoma.
That's embarrassing.
It was a little rough on that last move. Okay. I'm not able to haul as much stuff around in the Tacoma. I do have the bed extender, though, so there's that.
That's cute.
Yeah. Just waiting for the all clear here for Sebastian Scher, one of our last 7 skiers here to round out run number 1 out of 2 here at the Men's Ski Slopestyle Qualifier. Jesper Chatter still sitting in that number 10 spot with a 59 flat. Your current leader, Colby Stevenson, with an 89.25. So there's the knuckles. That tells me we're getting underway here, and he's got the all clear. So here we go. The man from Norway taking his first of 2.
Get things going. Check out this cool angle there at the top from that cable cam. Switch 270 on, continuing 8 off of that one. The left side 450 on it. I might have been mistaken on that, but I have to take another look. The right side 2, continuing switch up, continuing 2 out. So dancing all over those rails. I knew he was going to catch me off guard on that first rail feature with that big spin. The right side double 10. Wrapping that around the 12, landing switch, coming in switch to the last jump with the switch double. Oh, just coming up a little bit short and washing out, unfortunately.
Just on that last hit there, so unfortunate.
Yep. He's hyped, throwing up gang signs. Norwegian gangs are probably pretty tough over there. I've been to Oslo, and there's some rough characters.
The rough streets of Oslo?
Rough streets of Oslo. Great McDonald's over there in Norway. There's a look, just sneaking that one around, and that may have been enough to make it so he didn't have enough speed on that last jump. He landed a little sideways on jump number 2, and then just coming up short.
Oh yeah, stabbing the knuckle there. And that's going to be the toss-away run there. It's got him down in 16th with a 27.75. So shake that one off. You got a bit to go to your next run, so looking to get it done in round number 2. 6 skiers left to go here before we go back up to the top of the order. So again, Jesper's been hanging tough with that 59 flat in that 10 spot. Another lovely shot looking up mountain here on the slopestyle course out here at Copper Mountain. So we're going to take a little beat and we're going to peek back over there at the Superpipe, see what's going on in the women's snowboard pipe qualifiers. Chloe Kim back in for her second run here, Pete. And we're getting word that she's currently sitting in 4th place as of right now.
It's a nice switch method. Looks like she's upping the ante here. I would attempt to call these tricks, but I really don't want to butcher them. I am a skier.
Well, Brad's sitting right there. You can get Brad to jump in here, put the headset. So we're just getting word that she has just bumped into the lead with that run right there. She had a 75.75 the last time we had a look in. Now she pops into the 90s with a 91.25. I said she was 4th free run, so there she is. She pops to the top spot right there. So
upping the ante.
Things are moving and shaking over there in the Superpipe, Pete.
Backside 3 to switch method there. Calling some snowboard tricks.
Back over here on the slopestyle course, though, we have a high score of 89.25, and that's Colby Stevenson representing that spot as of right now. We keep talking about that bubble, that 10 cut. Jesper Chatter still sitting there at a 59 flat, and that has held up so far. We have 6 competitors left to go in the run order here before we get into that second final round. And then after the schedule changes for the women's ski slopestyle event, no qualifier. We're just running hot with a big final, 16 competitors there. We get to that final later on in the weekend. Looking back up top, we bring in Troy Pottensack.
Troy looking to get things started up here on the top rail section, opting for that wall ride feature. The switch 270 on. Oh, getting a little caught up there.
Yikes.
But keeping it together, not going down. Not exactly what he wanted, though. There's the backside 360 switch up, continuing to coming into the next rail. The 270 on, locking that pretzel. Love to see it. You know, Tom Wallish himself. The right side double, sneaking his tips around. Not quite enough speed on that one. The left side cork 9. Coming in, switch to the last jump. The switch double mid-steer, double bio 12. So a few bobbles in there. He'll look to run number 2 to improve on those, but I don't think that's going to threaten our top 10 right now.
It's a little scary coming off that wall ride feature at the top.
Yeah, that is not a small drop coming off that wall. They're going all the way up to the top. Here's another look at it. The switch 270 on. It looks like he just gets a little caught up, maybe a little sticky up there. Just comes off forward. I know he probably wanted more than that, though. There's that right side 270 on. You see him lock that front edge, pretzeling, spinning back the other direction. The 2 pretzel 2. Here's a look at that left side 9. A little safety grab. Not exactly what he was wanting, but we'll see what he has for us in run number 2.
Yeah, mid-40s with that 45.50. That's got him in 14. So again, Jesper is hanging on to that bubble, that final transfer spot there with that 59. So 5 left to go in the run order here. This is Kieran Fagan.
Kieran dropping in. Another one of these guys trying to get those Olympic qualifying points, see if he can make that Olympic team for the U.S. Going to switch 270 on, continuing to, sliding the whole rail on that one. And coming into the down rail with the 270 on, also opting for that pretzel 270 out. Coming off a little early on the rail, though, not quite getting the whole rail. So left side double 10, U-grab. The right side double 12, sneaking his tails around. We'll see if he has enough speed for this last jump with the switch left double 9. So nice run. Getting one landed and in the books.
Put it down. Let's go.
Say putting her down.
You can see how he comes off just a little bit early, not exactly through the end of that rail. And judges have to take notice of all these little things when they're watching these runs today. They have to compare every run that we're watching. So look at that. Double at the end, just sneaking it over that knuckle. But getting a landed run in the books for him. See where that puts him.
Let's get you to walk that plank. Where do you think this slides into the mix, Pete?
Oh, he's going to probably be right around that bubble score. Somewhere around that 60 to high 50s.
So again, it's a 59 flat is what you need. Or better than a 59 flat, I should say, to get into that top 10. It's Jesper Chatter sitting in that spot for right now. That spot has held up through most of this round. So again, as we await the score here, so judges are having a conversation about that. We've talked about this a couple of times, you know, just having to survey all of the action and just the rankings right. What's it going to be? 60.25. So Jesper gets bumped down. So you called it. That gets him right there into that bubble spot. So he is in for now. We'll have to wait and see if that will hold up. But before we get to our next skier, we're going to check back in over here in women's snowboard pipe qualifiers. Maddie Mastro trying to make it in to that cut. Sitting in 11th place on the outside looking in, Pete.
What a beautiful day for half-pipe snowboarding. There's the double. So Maddie going method into the double there. That backside 5. Look at her working her way down. The front side 7 coming in switch here with the cab spin. I'm doing my best here. I'm probably butchering it, but I'm doing my best. And a great run there from Maddie. That's going to be one of those top scores for sure.
Oh, she is pumped right there. Will it be enough to get in? And a 92.75, so that puts Maddie in the top. She just overtakes Chloe Kim right there. So, wow. So, big things are happening over there in the women's pipe qualifier for snowboarding.
That was awesome. Absolutely lacing that double.
So, Maddie gets in. Chloe Kim, Zitong Kai, Ruki Tomita, Sina Tomita, Kuro Castellet, Karami Imai. And there you got, I believe it's a 10 cut, or is it 8?
I think it's an 8 cut.
I think,
yep.
I think
so the top 8 make it in. And all those U.S. women trying to get those points to make their way to Beijing.
What a run for Maddie right there. Put her in that top spot trying to get into the final. We have a couple skiers left to go here in our run order for round number 1 out of 2. This is Javier Liso.
Javier getting things started. Switch 270 on, pretzeling out, spinning the opposite direction with the 450. The backside 360 switch up to backslide. Just getting a little tap there at the end of the rail. What a great shot from the top here with the cable cam. So cool to get a big perspective of how large this course actually is. The right side double 12 on the Toyota 2 coming in switch. The switch double Misty. Little back seat on that one, but keeping it together. Let's see what he's got for us on the last jump. The left side double 12. Nice run out here for Javier. Putting it down. Here's a look back up at the rails. There's that backside 360 switch up. You see him land on just one ski there. Backslide. Coming in switch to that next feature. Let's look at that switch 270 on. And then continuing that spin with the 270 out. Nice and clean through the rails for him. And here's a look at that double Misty. So switch double Misty 12. Just sneaking that one around. But making his way through a few bobbles. Maybe not the perfect landings he was looking for, but definitely a landed run that he could improve on that second run. That one's going to be close.
Well, your bubble spot now is a 60.25. We saw Kieran Fagan take over that spot and bump Jesper Chatter out as of now. Remember, it's round 1. We still have round 2 to go. Everyone's going to get a second crack at it here. It is the better of your 2 runs that count out here at the men's ski slopestyle qualifier. So it's that fun moment where you get to stand there in the corral and just wait for it, wait for your score to pop up.
And I just know Ian Meter's sitting in there just arguing with all the judges, just being upset.
57.25, so he's knocking on the door, but he's going to have to settle for 12th place for right now. As we back up top to Guelph, Ontario, Max Moffitt.
See Sandy Beauville up there, the coach for Max Moffitt. I don't know, Sandy might be one of those guys who would kick his athletes. I'll have to talk to him about that, but he might be a kicker.
You're just
He's
gonna run with that all day.
Yeah, he is. I can't not. Just one of the most interesting storylines of the season in the NFL.
Would you say that would go down as urban legend?
Oh, that was good.
That was a reach.
That was good. No, I don't know. That was within reach.
Mike Atkinson, can we get a ruling on that?
Oh, he would love it. I don't think Mike's a big NFL guy, though, being Canadian.
He always tries to watch whenever he comes to Winter Dew Tour. I get him into it.
He has no idea what's going on. It's not hockey. Oh, coming up short on that last one. Looks like Max got a little back seat on that second jump. Not having enough speed. And not happy with that run, but he'll look to run number 2. He's definitely one of these guys who will be up in the mix if he lands his run clean. But here's a look back at that Tundra takeoff. Landing a little bit back seat. You see him carve into that jump. So a lot of the guys take off flat base. They go straight into the jump. Max said, uh-oh, in midair on that one. and just came up a little bit short. You see him, he spots right there. He knows he's gonna land right on that knuckle. And I can tell you, these knuckles are firm out here right now. So that did not feel good at all.
So checks in with a 33.5. That'll put him in 18th. So that bubble spot stays safe for right now. Kieran Fagan sitting in that 10 spot. Top 10 transfer on 60.25. You need better than that if you're cracking into the top 10 here. Charlie Noza up next out of South Londonderry, Vermont.
Noza get things started. Going to the opposite side. Switch 270 on backslide, holding it all the way through, continuing 2 out. Lots of style on that one. There's the frontside switch up. Coming in, switch to the third one with the blender switch 450 on. So looking over the wrong shoulder, spinning back over the other way. There's that Bio 900. Looks like he's reaching back for stalefish, maybe just an uncrossed blunt grab. Oh, a little short on jump number 2. Looks like he's going to try to go for 3 here. See if he has the speed. The double on the right. So just having a few issues with speed. Not exactly what he was going for, but making his way, getting a landed run in the books. Here's a look back at that first rail feature. You see him land on just one ski, hold it together, and get that continuing 270 out. And then there's the blender. So he's looking over the wrong shoulder, then goes completely blind and spins a switch 450 on, locking that one on and going back to forward. So an interesting take on that. Jesper's another one of those guys who does the blender. That is absolutely terrifying. I don't think I would ever do that. Looks like he's coming around here. Just landed a little backseat, scrubbed a little speed, and didn't have quite enough, but barely made it over that knuckle. Missed the grab on that one, so it didn't get it exactly how he wanted. But getting a landed run in the books, looking to improve on run number 2.
You ever been to South Londonderry, Vermont?
I have not.
I've only been to the other side of the tracks, North Londonderry.
I have no idea, to be honest. When I'm in Vermont, I have no idea.
43.25, so not enough to get Charlie in there, so he'll settle for 18th for now and look to round number 2. And the last skier in the rotation here before we get in the second final runs out of Norway. This is Ferdinand Dahl.
Ferdy's one of these guys who will definitely challenge the top spots. Very creative lines through the course, creative rotations, lots of style, and one of everyone's favorite skiers. There's the 450 on, locking that out to forward. Backslide all the way through that down rail, continuing 2 out. It's not as big of a spin, but still very technically difficult. There's the right side double cork 12, nice and clean with the Japan grab. Into the switch double bio 12, and not quite getting that one around, unfortunately, and going down for Ferdy.
So that is a tough break right there to round out round number 1. So he too going to have to look to that second run to try to make his case to get into that top 10 here, Pete. But it is far from over. Everybody's going to get one more shot at it here.
And Ferdy, if he lands this run, is definitely one of those guys who will be up in those top spots. Here's a look back at that first jump with the right side double cork 12, getting that Japan grab, getting the spot, bringing it around the switch, then coming into jump 2. And just not quite getting the rotation right. You can see him come around and still be a little back seat. Maybe needed a little more airtime on that one and having to go down.
Taking one more look at it here. That puts him in 23rd position.
And you can see in that slow-mo, it almost looks like he missed the grab off the takeoff. And a lot of these times when these guys are doing the double corks, if they don't have the grab, they can't actually pull into the proper rotation. It looks like Ferdy missed that mute and just went down.
So round number 1 is in the books. Colby Stevenson ends out the round hanging on to that top spot with an 89.25. The scores in the 80s go all the way down to 4th place with Alex Hall. Then you got Evan McEachran, Finn Malou. However, the 10 cut is the story. We saw Kieran Fagan bump into that number 10 spot with a 60.25, so you need to get into the low 60s or better now if you're going to crack into that top 10. However, it is far from over. We're getting ready to go back up to the top of the order here and do it all over again. It's best run that counts out here at the men's Ski Slopestyle Qualifier here for the Duke Tour Copper Mountain. And, well, there's some big points up for grabs. All these USA competitors trying to earn their spot, trying to getting the right to be on the Olympic team.
Jesper just on the outside looking in right now. Nice switch up there, continuing spin out. He's looking to improve on that first run. Frontside 360 switch up and just getting caught up on that one.
I was just about to say he's just one spot out, but then that happens.
Yeah, and unfortunately with how well everyone's skiing out here today, one bobble like that is just going to take you out of contention to make it into that top 10. It is a tough field and a really harsh cut going from 26 to 10 guys. But just not having it today for Jesper. But always great having him out here. One of my favorite skiers to watch. You never know what he's going to be doing.
Yeah, he was hanging tough for most of that first round with that 59 flat. Just got bumped one spot down, and then that early slip up here. That's going to put this run in the books here. And he is out of here. So the 60.25 is going to hold up for now. So one skier down. 25 left to go here in the second final round at the men's ski slopestyle qualifier out here. Taking a look at 27-year-old Nick Gepper. Nick had a rough go there that first go around. He's down there at the bottom of the pack. He's actually in last place as of right now.
Unfortunately, nobody style checked Nick at the beginning of this run. He has one pant leg rolled up. But, I mean, maybe that is what he's going for these days. Switch on, frontside switch up, pretzel 270 out. Pretty sure that was also a gang thing at some point, Jimmy.
What, the one pant leg rolled up?
Yeah, it looks like it may have fixed itself. So getting your pants right is only half the battle out here. The switch bio on that one, going into jump number 2 with the right side double, locking down that mute grab, coming into jump 3, see what Nick has for us. Nice big left side double with the lead tail. So that is definitely going to contend to be in that top 10. A huge improvement from his first run.
See how pumped he was at the end of that run right there.
Love seeing Nick pump.
Pant leg correction and all. Puts one down here in the second and final round.
Maybe he just had it up because that could have been what caught up on the first run. Who knows? But there's a look back at that switch right 9.
Maybe DC will find out for us.
DC should ask him that question if the pant leg was intentional or not. But either way, it did not affect him. Making his way nice and clean through this run. There's a look at that left side double, reaching for that lead tail grab, capping that one. See him reach through, cap that tail grab. Judges love seeing you be all the way out there. And you see him pull that grab, the skis flexing. And he loved it. Great run from Nick. Always good seeing him put it down.
Hey, Steve. Hey, Steve.
Shout out to his roommate, Steve Stepp, at home watching. I'm sure has something to say about our announcing today, too.
What is it going to be for Mr. Gepper here? Again, pre-run, he was down there at the bottom of the pack, and that's an 85.25, and that puts him all the way up into the number 3 position. So nicely done here by Nick Gepper. Wow. Let's send it down to DC, who's out there in the field right now. DC, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Hanging out down here with Mr. Nick Gepper, your 2-time Olympic slopestyle medalist in the house. And Nick, nice work. You got up in there at 85.25, I believe it was there on second run. Heard you had some pant leg issue. Unfortunately, the monitor was out down here, so I didn't get to see it. But can you talk to me about that?
That must have been someone else, but these are pretty good-looking pants. I came up a little short on the rail on my first run. Yeah, I was feeling good that second run, and it's amazing what you can do when you have to.
Heck yeah, well, way to put it down. Performing well, always under pressure. And how are the conditions out there? You were saying with the fresh groomed conditions on your first run, you always forget that it's a little slower with the fresh groomed conditions. Did it speed up for you there on run 2?
Yeah, this morning it was kind of hard in practice because it was slow, and you're like, do I do like my B run that I can make the jumps with, or do I do an A run that I can't make the jumps with right now? So kind of had to make a decision. I had to do my B run. I was confident with the speed, and yeah, now we're here.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, and congrats. Well done there on run number 2, brother.
Thank you, DC.
I think we might have thrown DC into the bus with that pant look
Well,
in
you
there,
know,
Pete.
it's just
Hey, look,
one of those
St.
things.
Nick's on the slopes.
Oh, man, where are the reindeer on the chairs ahead of him, or what's going on here?
I mean, they would have to be, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they might be taking the day off. That's what chairlifts are for up here at Copper. 24 of them out.
Maybe Santa's going up top to do some pipe slipping for the men's qualifiers a little bit later on. I don't know.
It's just great seeing him out here, get some recreating in before the big day.
So moving right along, Oliver Magnussen out of Sweden. He's currently in that top 10. He's sitting in that number 8 position, but wants to give himself a little bit of breathing room here.
Oliver getting things started. Switch 270 on, pretzel 450 out. Going into the switch, or excuse me, the backside 360 switch up. There's the switch 450 on. Just getting the end of the rail there, coming into the Tundra takeoff on the right side. The left double 1080, getting that safety grab, coming into jump number 2 with the right side double 12. Nice clean grab. Good landing on that one, coming in switch with the switch double 12. Maybe a little double wobble, almost not a double on that one, but great run top to bottom.
Well, yeah, that's 73.75 from round 1 as we take another look here in slow-mo.
There's that backside 360 switch up, nice and clean. Maybe getting a little more of the rail on this run. Judges are looking for just those little things that they can make a decision on whether it bumps up ahead of him or ahead of the runs ahead of him or not. There's that left side double cork 10, locking down that safety grab. But very clean all the way through.
You like that replay underlay music?
It's good.
It's very NFL Films.
Oh, good reference.
You like that? That's what it reminds me of. Kind of gets you fired up to look at some replays.
It really does. He's run through a wall right now.
Stiff arm somebody and run 20 yards. So what is it going to be here? Wow, an 88.25. So that jumps him up from 8th all the way into 2nd place. So a huge run for the Swede here. Nicely done.
They loved it. Big shout out to the judges, the most unsung heroes out here. They don't get enough recognition because everyone hates them.
They're just sequestered in a small shack at the bottom of the mountain.
That's where they deserve to be. We'll keep them there.
Got a small barrel fire going over there to keep them warm as they're huddled together.
Dan Allen, I'm sure, feeding the fire. Dan and Justin Allen actually have a hockey game tonight in Breck, the championship.
Really?
Beer League. Yep.
Well, right now on course, we've got Truckee, California's Cody LaPlante.
Oh, Cody also just getting a little caught up on that wall ride, but still keeping it together, coming into the second rail feature with the switch 270 on, continuing swap, coming in switch to the third one, switch 450 on it. Oh, just going down, catching some, looks like some loose snow maybe on the side of the rail, not quite getting it all the way on there. So unfortunately, we will not be able to see Cody in finals.
So tough break right there for Cody LaPlante. We got Mark Henderson coming up on deck. Taking a look at your standings here. How about that run out of Oliver Magnuson there? He was in 8th place with that 73.75. I talked about some breathing room, and he got just that. He bumped up all the way into that number 2 position. So the bubble there, that number 10 spot, the 62.75. Ryan Stevenson. Still lots of skiing left to go here. We've only seen our first 4 competitors on the start list, so 4 down, 22 more to go out here in this men's ski slopestyle qualifier out here for day 2 of 5 of the Dew Tour Copper Mountain 2021.
He's going to do some with and without the rig video.
Love that aerial shot. Beautiful day out here at Copper. I cannot wait to go make some turns myself, Jimmy.
I know, we're done after this. We got an early day today, so
sounds like a good day for me to
possibly
get out
have a hockey game to go watch a little bit later on as well if you
that
play your
will be
cards
happening.
right.
Yep.
Okay, Mark Henderson on course.
Backside 360 switch up to the top of that wall ride, continuing 270 out, coming into the second feature with the 450 on, pretzeling that 270 out, nice and clean. The switch 270 on, continuing to, so very clean through the rails. Look for an improvement here in the jumps as well. The right side double 12, going big on that one, carrying speed down that landing into the switch left double 9. See if he has enough here on the last jump with the left side double 12, huge with the guitar grab. So it looked like speed was not an issue at all for him this time.
Well, he's another one of those guys that's looking for the breathing room there. He's in the cut for now, but when you're sitting on 9th with a lot of guys still to go, we'd love to do what Oliver did and bump up a couple of spots here.
So look back at the rails. There's the switch 270 on, continuing to. So keeping it clean. Maybe not the most technical rails we've seen so far, but very clean through them. And then the right side double. Look at him reach down there, get that double Japan grab, both hands on there, and then coming in, switch to the next one. There's another look at that Toyota Tuber. Nice switch landing, taking it far down that landing into the switch double 9. And then carrying a lot of speed in the last one. You look at him go both hands on that mute grab, also known as the guitar grab. And then coming around switch. Nice amplitude, taking that down the landing, and the judges are going to take that into account. We'll see where that ends up putting it.
I believe he had a 69 flat for his first run score, and as I said, that had him in that 9th place position.
I can't see it.
So an 81 flat, so that'll bump him up into 7th right there. So I talked about breathing room, and he's giving himself just that. So bumps it up 2 spots right there. There's your top 8 right now, looking at the current standings. And again, that 10 spot right now is Ryan Stevenson. So 62.75, that's the benchmark. You need better than that if you're going to jump up into this top 10. We take you back up to the top of the slopestyle course. Out of Park City, Utah, 21-year-old Peter Raich. Ready to take his second and final attempt here.
Peter dropping in, strongest name in the competition, that's for sure. Get things going with the 450 on, catching his tip on the front, but keeping it together. 450 continuing for the switch on to the K-Fed, coming off maybe a little early on that rail. And the right side 450 on, but making his way down to the Tundra takeoff here with the switch right, double 9, just sneaking his tips through. We'll see if he has enough speed for jump number 2. Going double Misty 10, so throwing that rotation forward, helping him get over that jump, and finishing with that 1260 to the right. Nice run, a few little bobbles here and there. I'm not sure if it's going to bump up into that top 10. I'm not sure if it'll improve on his first run. That left side 450 on, continuing 4 out, doing a whole 900 there on that first feature. There's that right side 450. You see him just tap that, not get a whole lot of rail there.
Now he's going to stick with that first run score, and it's going to leave him in 18th on the day. So Ryan Stevenson will hang on for now with that 62.75. Moving right along, representing Canada, we welcome back in Etienne Geoffrey Gagnon.
Get things started, switch, going into that first rail feature, switch 270 on, locking it to forward, maybe wanted more on that one. Coming into the next one with the backside 360 switch up, nice and clean, locking through the end of that rail. The switch right 270 on, pretzel 2, so spinning both directions on the top rail features, coming in, switch to the first jump, switch double, oh, just sneaking that around. Into jump number 2 with the nice straight air. Unfortunately, not what he's wanting. A little off on that first jump. Getting those straight airs in. So he's going to have to stick with that first run score of an 84.25.
Yeah, he's in that number 5 spot for now.
A lot of heavy hitters still coming up, though.
We'll see if that 84.25 holds up. Again, it's a 10 cut, just trying to earn your way into the finals for now. Coming up next, your current leader with an 89.25. Welcome back in, Colby Stevenson.
At this point, Colby taking this. It's just another training run, getting ready for finals, sitting in that first place position. The front side 270 switch up, switch 50-50, 360 out. The switch on, front side 360 switch up, getting that one to forward. And the left side disaster 270 on. Love the way he's the only guy hitting that rail. Judges take notice of different lines. There's the left side nose butter 10, getting that lead tail grab. The right side double 12, just sneaking his tails around. See if he has enough here. Little zero spin on the bottom, so having a little bit of an issue. But taking this as a training run and currently sitting pretty safe.
Man, it's slow out there, dude.
And you can hear him right there saying it's slow.
Yeah,
DC gave us a report on that earlier in the show, and I mean, you can see it. Quite a few people have had troubles with it.
Here's a look at that zero spin, and ode to Jossie Wells. And a little shifty in there. One of the only tricks I could do, Jimmy.
I think you got a little bit more in the bag than that.
Now, well, that's one of the only tricks I like doing.
So he will stick with that first round, as you called it earlier, the party jacket.
I love it.
He's partying in first place right now.
Yeah, I kind of want one.
Looking to be safe to get into those finals there. Antoine Adelise. coming your way next.
Antoine dropping in. One of the only skiers out here today without poles.
He's down there at the bottom of the pack now. He's in that number 26 position.
Having an issue on his first run. Get things going with the switch 270 pretzel 4. There's the 450 on, continuing 2 out. Cleaning it up. Left side 270 on, pretzel 2. Nice and clean all the way through the end of that rail. Making his way into that first jump with the left side double 12. Mute grab. Almost an atom grab a little bit on that one. The switch double bio. Oh, and just not having enough. Looks like he caught his ski on the knuckle.
Oh, and you can see the frustration right there.
One of the guys who's always up there threatening the podium, so that's a shocker to have him go out in this qualifier.
Had that slip up in round number 1. Gave him an 18.75 and is going to have to settle for a 21.25 here. Bumps him up 1 spot. I mean, silver lining there. You moved up 1 place in there, but a tough break right there for Antoine Adelise. So Ryan Stevenson still hanging tough there with that 6.2.75. Again, top 10 transfer on into the final, and that is the benchmark. Take another look at the standings to the NFL Films background tunes.
I love it. Everyone's sitting up in there. We have 3 Americans so far up in that top group. Sure,
and 3 Canadians in there from the Etienne Geoffrey Gagnon, Mark Hendrickson, and Evan McCaffrey.
Looks like we have a 4th American right on that bubble spot with Ryan Stevenson. So all these guys trying to get those Olympic points, trying to make their way to Beijing.
Well, taking a look at some highlights to how we got to this point in the comp thus far.
Great to see Nick clutch in his second run, come out there, put it down, make his way up into that final grouping to be in finals. But putting all the pressure on himself, having to do it in his second run. Lots of great skiing today. Beautiful day out here at Copper. About as good as it gets. These are the kind of days you dream of as a park skier, being out here in the sun.
Yeah, you have Oliver Magnuson bumping up from that number 8 spot, put himself in the number 2 position there. But it's been Colby Stevenson in the party jacket, as you've dubbed it, that's been on that top spot all day long with that 89.25. We'll see if anyone's going to challenge for that top position. We still got a lot of skiing left to go here as we bring back in Mac Forehand for run number 2.
Mac getting things going on that top wall ride feature. A lot of the guys opting for that route. Switch 270 on, continuing swap, continuing 2 out. Switch right 450 on, just off to the side a little bit. And those are those things that the judges have to take into account. Going into that right side double cork 1260, getting the double Japan in there, coming in switch to jump number 2 with the switch left double 9. And then looking into this last jump with the left side double 12, going deep on that one, capping that tail grab. So a huge improvement from his first run. See what the judges end up doing with it. But great style. Love that tail grab on the last jump. It's like BC's trying to track him down, maybe talk to him about it. There's a switch 270 on, backside switch up, continuing 2 out. Love it when they decide to do all these switch ups, and I get to say them all. The 450 on, you see, just came off a tiny bit early. Got to the end of the rail, but it wasn't as clean as it could be. But still a huge improvement for that first run. There's the double Japan, both hands going between the legs, getting their mittens right on the ski, and the switch left double 9 there. And then finishing things off on the last jump with the left side double 12, capping that blunt grab all the way out on the end of his ski. You love to see it.
What do you think? Want to take a walk on the wild side here with the score?
I think it's going to jump up into the top 10, that's for sure. I'm not sure where it's going to end up, but I think it's going to be right around that bubble.
Ready. Good.
We'll get you an update when it comes in. We've got Finn Ballou coming your way next out of New Zealand.
Well said.
Looks like Matt, he did jump up. Yeah, he got into 8th place with an 8.25. So now Finn here is your bubble. So now it's a 76.75 or better to get in.
Then little bobble off the wall right there. Maybe getting a little caught up, but still keeping it together, doing that rodeo off. There's the front side switch up to backslide the switch off that transfer rail. Coming in, switch to the down rail, switch right 270 on, tails over, 270 off. And then making his way into the Tundra takeoff. Big right side double 10, getting that one nice and clean with the safety grab. There's that left side double 12 with the mute. Coming in, switch to the last jump. See what he's got for us with the switch right double 12. So nice run top to bottom. We'll see if that improves to get him off that bubble spot, because he is not safe sitting in 10th right now. There's a look back at those rails. There's that switch right 270, tails over. So getting his tails over 270 on, continuing that 2 out, and then coming into that Tundra takeoff, the Toyota twofer, the right side double 10. A lot of guys taking that right takeoff and spinning to the left, and Finn's actually spinning to the right off of it, so it ends up popping him up a whole lot higher.
He's not going to improve, so he's going to hang on to that first run score and hope that that is enough, with a lot of skiers still to come. So when Mac forehand bumped up there, that bumped Finn down to that bubble, so that is where he is going to stay for now with that 76.75.
That is not the place I want to be right now, Jimmy.
That's a tough one.
But better there than down below.
Yeah,
still
better
in right
there
now
than on the outside looking in at this point with no more runs to go. So the 80s go all the way down to 8th place as of now. But Ryan Stevenson coming your way next. He was on that bubble spot. He now finds himself just one spot out, sitting in that number 11 position here.
Look at him, just as pumped up as before. Probably shotgunned a few more Mountain Dews before run number 2. The most hyped up guy out here. I love it. You can barely see his legs as well.
That's why we were not able to find coffee this morning. Yeah. He had it all.
More power to him. He's got to do a harder job than we do today, Jimmy. Get things started with the switch right 270 on, continuing 450 out, making his way across the course. The switch 270 on, back swap to forward, and then coming into the third rail feature. Getting a little caught up and unfortunately having a revert around. Doing a nice backflip for all the fans out here. So that's going to take him out of contention. Unfortunately, he will not be making it into finals.
So Finn is going to hang on for now with that 76.75.
Huge stylish cork 3 for everyone out here. Love to see it. Still having fun. Most caffeinated man at Copper Mountain right now.
Rough conditions out there. Slow.
Says it's slow, Jimmy.
That seems to be the general consensus out here when we get these little audio clips from everybody at the bottom of the course. Take a look up top here. Woodsy back up on deck out of Sheffield, UK. This is James Woods. He's a couple spots out.
Woodsy getting things going. Slide to the wall ride, and then the rodeo out of the wall ride, bringing that around to forward. Going into that transfer rail with the backside 360 switch up to switch. Coming in, switch to rail number 3 here with the switch right 450 on, continuing 2. So cleaning that one up from run number 1. Coming into jump 1 with the switch right double 9 octo. So reaching through, both hands on the skis. There's the left side double 10. I think he had a Japan there right back behind his leg. Into the right side double 14 to 16. So sneaking that one through. A whole lot of spinning there at the end. I'm not sure where that's going to end up. It's going to be a close one. There's a look back at the top. There's the switch right 450 on, continuing 2 out. So a little bit of an improvement on the rails from his first run. And everything was going pretty well until he hit that last jump and went for the 16 and had to kind of wash it around. There's another look at that octo grab. So both hands on the ski, pulling them together. One of the Woodsy trademarks, a la Charles Gagne from back in the day. There's that left side double, reaching down, getting the Japan grab back behind his leg. And then here's that 16. You see him bring it around to 14 and just wash it through. So not as clean as he'd wanted, but one of the more difficult tricks we've seen so far.
and a 51.50, so an improvement on the score, but not the placing, so he will settle for 17th on the day. Your next skier up, currently sitting inside that top 10. He's in that number 6 position as we bring back in Alex Hall.
Alex known for some creative lines here. Switch on, 270 with the 270 out. Coming into the transfer rail as well. Backside 360 switch up. Little shifty off. Tons of style bringing that to switch. Showing how much control he has. Switch 270 on. Continuing 4. Coming in switch to the first jump with the switch right. Double 9 safety. So keeping it pretty tame on that first jump feature. But here we go with the left side double 12. Seatbelt Japan. Reaching across his body like a seatbelt. The left side double 12. Maybe phantom grabbing that mute there a little bit. We'll see if that's going to be an improvement, but very clean on the rails. Fun to watch. Here's a look back at the backside 360 switch up. Watch him lock in, do that shifty back to switch. Probably my favorite trick I've seen so far today. And then into that switch 270 on, onto the down rail. Not a whole lot of height to do this backside 4 out, but nice and clean. Making his way through into that switch right double here. See him reach down and again, kind of getting his hand on the boot, not as much on the bottom of the ski. And those are the little things, unfortunately, the judges have to use to separate these guys. Here's a look at that last one with the switch double and just kind of missing that on that 14. Excuse me, I think I called it a 12 before. I'm going to get roasted for that one, Jimmy.
So what you're saying is with those groupings with the scores is that space is hard, Pete. You got to find room to slide everybody around.
Oh yeah, space is hard, Jimmy.
So a 74 flat, he's going to stick with that first run score. It's going to keep him in 6. He'd like a little bit of breathing room, but we'll see how this turns out. 6th, not a terrible spot to be. The scores in the 80s go all the way down to that number 8 position. Your next competitor up, he currently sits in that number 3 spot, so feeling pretty safe as of right now. This is Switzerland's Fabian Busch coming back in for his second of 2 attempts.
Fabian, definitely a few places where he could improve on this run. We'll see what he does here. Going a little backside into the wall ride. Also opting for the cork 540 off of there. Coming in switch to that transfer rail. Switch on, front side switch up to backslide. Continuing 2 out. Into the right side 2 on, pretzel 2. Crazy to see how consistent he is with those 2 tricks in a row there. There's that right side double 1080, getting the mute grab. Coming into the next jump with the left side double cork 12. Little more amplitude on this run, getting that tail. Coming into the last one with the switch right, double misty 1440. Great run. See if it's an improvement. I think it's going to bump up a little, but I don't know if it's going to change ranking. We'll see what they do with it. Here's a look back at the rails. Getting things going. There's that right side 270 on, locking that front edge, pretzeling that one around, spinning back the opposite direction, 2 pretzel 2. And then here's that first one on the Toyota takeoff with the right side double 1080, getting the mute grab, holding it all the way through the rotation. The left side double cork 12 there. So a lot of good rotations, making his way through the course, doing different axis, and then landing very clean. So we'll see what they do with it, but I think it's going to bump up.
Yeah, it actually didn't. They made him stick with his first run score there, so that's going to keep him in that number 3 spot. So,
well, what do I know?
They snuck it in there on you on the replay.
I'm gonna have to have a conversation with them. Get things going.
Evan McEachran.
Evan coming in. Little 270 off. There's that backside 360 switch up on that transfer. That's a big transfer. A lot of distance to travel there. Switch 270 on, continuing 270 out. We'll see if he locks in that meter grab again. Nope, just going for that op Japan on that double 1080. To the right side, double 12. Getting that nice and clean. Coming in switch to the last jump with the switch left double 1440. Lacing that one. Evan McEachran doing it for Canada. Great to have him out here. Always a joy to watch ski. Here's a look back at that first rail feature. So going on that transfer rail, front side switch up, continuing 270 out. And making his way into the next one. So keeping it pretty tame on these rails. That's a big transfer there with the backside 360 switch up, but not a whole lot of technical difficulty mixed in there. There he goes for that op Japan grab, not going for the meter grab this time. seeing if that pays off for him. There's the right side double 12. Like a bit of a double grab there as well. So sitting in,
he was in that number 9 spot
right now.
Love to give yourself some breathing room. He had that 79.50. Again, the 80s go all the way down to 8 plates when you got Evan with that 79.5 and Finn Ballou sitting on the bubble with a 76.75. You can see just waiting for it, looking at that monitor. What's it going to be?
Really making him wait for it.
Connor Ralph on deck, followed by Hunter Henderson and then James Consler. Those are the next 3 that we will see drop here. We're down to the latter half here. For just joining us at DudeTour.com. This is run number 2 out of 2 out here for the men's ski slopestyle qualifier. Top 10 moving on into the final.
It's one of those tough spots where the judges are sitting here trying to compare all of these different runs that have been going on today. So they're looking back at run number 1, trying to figure out if his run compares or bumps up. We'll see what it does here.
And it does. He bumps up 3 spots with an 83.25. So we talked about breathing room, and that was key right there. So out of that hot seat in that number 9 spot, he finds himself in that 6th place position. So yeah, Finn Ballou still hanging on there because Evan was ahead of him in the standings, so that doesn't affect our bubble. That's still the 76.75 as of right now. So we bring in Montana's Connor Ralph.
Ralphie getting things started on that first wall ride feature. Coming into the second one, the backside 360 switch up. Keeping it nice and clean. Coming in switch with the switch left 450 on. Looking good so far through the rails. We'll see what he has for us in the jumps. There's the right side double cork 12, getting the safety grab right underneath his boot there. Into the switch left double 12, Japan, little back seat. We'll see if he has enough speed. A huge improvement there on that one with the left side double cork 12. So Ralphie putting down a run. Love to see it. Another guy out there using a nice set of poles.
Do I stay here? Yeah, cool.
Great job from Ralphie. Due to a rookie. There's that backside 360 switch up. Surface skis just locking on there. And the switch left 450. So upping the ante, but making his way all the way through the course and not having an issue like he did on the first run on the 3rd jump. So mixing up the spin, spinning both directions, both ways double corks. There's a look at that switch double, getting the Japan grab. Maybe a little backseat landing there where they're going to have to take into account and see where that puts him. Not sure if it's going to scratch into the top 10, but it is going to be a close one.
So again, that 10 scored. Finn Ballou with a 76.75.
Love having Ralphie out here wearing those Alex Hackle Pro Model goggles. Shout out to Alex Hackle.
It's going to be close, but not enough. So he's going to have to settle for 11th. So clean it up here in run 2, but still not enough to get in. So Finn Ballou hangs on for yet another run here. Coming your way right now out of New Hampshire, 18 years old. We welcome back in Hunter Henderson.
Hunter getting things started, also opting for that backside 360 switch up, continuing 4 on the wall ride. The wall ride is a very popular feature on that top section. The switch 270 on, continuing 4 out, so nice and clean. The switch left 270, pretzel 2, so both ways switch 2s up top. Coming in switch to the Tundra takeoff with the switch double, wrapping that one around, getting the safety grab. Coming into jump number 2 with the right side double 10, capping that tail grab. Looking good so far. Into the forward double Misty 14. Oh, and just landing a little back seat, unfortunately. But what a cool access and way to make it over that last jump. I have to take another look at that one and see what went wrong. Going back up to the rails here with the switch right 270 on, continuing 450 out. Nice and clean. And then he follows that up with the switch left 270. Judges love seeing the skiers go mirroring these tricks where they do both of those spins. Here's a look back at the jumps, but skiing very well. That switch double, getting that safety grab, wrapping that one all the way around. And unfortunately, just landing a little bit backseat on that 3rd jump. So I'm not sure if that's going to be able to crack into that top 10 with that mistake.
He was down there at the bottom of the pack in 26. It'll give him a high 40s of 47.25 that moves him up into 19th, but not enough. So again, Finn Ballou is hanging on with that 76.75. Another competitor coming up who's on the outside looking in. This is James Consler.
James getting things going. Getting it started with the switch 270 on, pretzeling that 450 out. A little bit of after banging that right away. Oh, and just getting a little caught up, unfortunately, on that disaster and going down hard.
He's taking that one on the neck and the shoulder. Got a little bit of face right there. Pops right back up. He's giving everybody in the start structure the thumbs up. That was nasty.
Good grief.
That little extra collarbone.
That little extra soft snow from yesterday may have saved him, because that was a slam.
That was a snow sample. Mousetrap.
Just making his way, having some fun on this course. A little hand drag off that next knuckle.
Man, he just awfully spry right there. He just bounced right back up on it like nothing.
Kids these days.
I'd be like, basket, bring me the basket.
I don't think I'd get up. I'd just lay there.
Wait for someone to bring you a meal voucher. You're like, I'm good. I'm going to hang out here for about an hour.
Take my meal voucher. Done for the day. Maybe a little bit of a gin and tonic, and I'll just hang out here.
Tough break there for James Consler. So moving right along out of Norway, we welcome back in Sebastian Sheriff. He's kind of down there in the bottom of the pack, sitting in that number 24 spot right now. You'd be waiting for the St. Bernard to show up with with the magic barrel around his neck.
I'd enjoy that, though. I'm a dog person. You know that. Met a very nice dog yesterday in the
over there in the
wherever that was.
Office. Production office.
Production office, that's what it was.
Ptarmigan A, I believe.
There's Seb, that bio 1080, reaching all the way through, capping that lead tail grab, making his way in the jump number 2 with the right side double 12. A little bit of a weird axis coming through, but keeping it together into the switch double, coming up a little bit short on that knuckle on the switch dub 12, but definitely an improvement from the fall in his first run. We'll see where that ends up putting him. Here's a look back at the rails. The left side 450 on there, continuing 270 out, nice and clean. And then backing that up with the right side 270 on, switch up, continuing 2 out. So lots of stuff on the rails, definitely a hard rail section. The Toyota takeoff there, nice and clean. And here he goes that right side double, and he comes out just a little bit awkward through that spin, but keeping it together into the switch double 12, just catching the knuckle on his way through. But a good run. See what it does.
74 flat. It's going to get him up to 11th, knocking on the door, but not enough to get in. So Finn Ballou is still hanging strong. We're down to our final 6 skiers. And interesting to note, of our final 6, all of them are outside of the 10 cut right now.
Yeah, Finn is feeling a little bit better sitting there in 10th. But
so 5th on down, you're not safe yet.
Man, there's a lot of heaters coming after him.
There we go. Troy Podmelsack on course.
Switch 270 on, pretzeling the 450 off the top of that wall ride feature. Making his way into the next one with the backside 360 switch up, continuing 2 out. Looking back at the rail, lots of style. Left side 270 on, pretzel 2. It might have been a right side. I might have messed that one up, Jimmy. There's the right side double 10. Getting that mute grab, making his way. Looks like he's carrying pretty good speed here. The left side double 10. A little short on the knuckle. Having to skip out on the 3rd jump, unfortunately.
Oh, so that is not going to do it for Troy. So 5 left to go. Our top 5 are safe for now.
But great to have all these young skiers out here making their first appearance at the Dew Tour.
With Kieran Fagan making his way back into course here. He's just a couple of spots out right now, sitting 14th with that 60.25.
Doing that front side switch up. Pretzel 270 off that first feature. Making his way into the second one. Here he goes with the right side 270 on. Pretzeling 2. Off a little early again on that one. And unfortunately, those are the little things that the judges have to take notice. There's the left side double 10. Locking down that mute grab. Coming into jump 2 with the right side double 12. So back-to-back forward doubles. Coming in switch to the last one with the switch. Oh, and just getting a little caught off the takeoff. Doing a switch 5. Not what he wanted there. So unfortunately, he will not be making his way into finals.
Finn's still hanging tough.
Finn's just smiling down there. Probably talking about meat pies, just being a Kiwi. Happiest guy in the world.
So here we go. Javier Liso currently sitting in that number 16 spot. Making his way into for run number 2, starting off switch.
Javier with a good first run, just looking to clean it up. There's a switch 270 on, pretzeling that 450 out, spinning back the other direction. Backside 360 switch up, kind of getting a little caught up, looking for the backslide or the 1-footer there. Not quite exactly what he wanted. Switch right 270, continuing to on that one. And then making his way into the 100 takeoff. Oh, and unfortunately not enough speed for him, having to wash around. And that'll be it for him. Still having a little bit of fun out here, doing a nice big cork 3 on that last jump. That's what I'm here for, those cork 3s.
We're down to our final 3 here. You got Max Moffitt, Charlie Noza, and then Ferdinand Dahl is going to take us out of this men's ski slopestyle qualifier. So Colby Stevenson in the driver's seat with that 89.25. But the story we've been talking about is that Finn Ballou has been hanging on throughout this entire second round with that 76.75. Wasn't able to bump it up in his second run, had to settle for 2 points less. So with the best run counting, he's hoping that first run score is the one that holds up and hopefully gets him in here. We shall see with 3 skiers left to go as we bring back in Max Moffitt.
And Max, no stranger to being in these finals, hoping to clean up that first run with that 270 on, continuing 450 out. Get things going. Backside 360 switch up, just getting onto the rail a little bit. Switch right 270 on, pretzel 2 out. So making his way through the rails, a little bit of a bobble, but still keeping it together. There's a switch right, double 9, bow and arrow. So both hands on the skis, pulling it back like a bow and arrow. The next left side double there, keeping it together. Into the right side double bio 14.
Wow.
Putting that one down much better than his first run. Keeping it friendly in the air this time.
Let's go.
Let's go, Max says. He is hyped on that one and in a much better mood than he was in his first run.
And rightly so, as we take another look here off the wall ride.
With 270 on, continuing 450 out on that one. Keeping those rails together. This is the only thing where he comes up just a little short on that backside 360 switch up that the judges are going to have to play into their score. We'll see what happens here. And then here's another look at that last one with the double bio 14, lacing that one with the safety grab. Very cool axis, throwing himself forward, spinning 4 full rotations.
I'm alive.
We will see what happens.
Stop worrying now.
Because I'm alive and stop worrying. He was down there in 24th pre-run. Is this going to be enough to overtake one of those 10 spots and get in? We are about to find out. He bumps up to a 67.75, and it's not. He's going to have to settle for 3 spots out, so he will finish in 13th on the day. So Finn Ballou hangs on again with 2 more skiers left to go here in this qualifier. Charlie Noza coming your way next.
Noza looking to just clean up a few things from that first run. Here's a look at that switch 270 backslide. So just 1 ski on there, 270 out. Nice and clean there. Front side 360 switch up, continuing to. So already an improvement. And there's that blender switch 450 on. So completely blind, switching which shoulder he's spinning off of. Coming into that tundra takeoff with the bio 9, a little wash in that landing. See if he has speed for this next jump. And unfortunately not putting that one together. So Charlie will not be making it into finals, but a nice nose butter 7 off the knuckle.
Well, with that, Charlie knows that he's not going to make it into the final. And we got 1 skier left to go here, Pete, with Ferdinand Dahl left to go. So is Finn Ballou going to hang on? Will we see him in the final, or will Ferdy bump him out here? It all comes down to this last run right here.
Ferdy getting things started. Looked like a switch 50-50 up that pole jam onto that next feature there. I've taken another look at that one. There's the 450 on, locking that into switch. Coming in switch 270 on. Oh, and just missing the rail. So that is not going to do it. So he's going to make his way through here, but we will not be seeing Ferdy in finals. And Finn has somehow,
with that 76.75, has held up through this entire second round for the most part.
Love to see it.
And we will see him in the final. So Finn breathing a sigh of relief wherever he may be on the mountain right now. So we'll see him to ski another day here on the slopestyle course. But Colby Stevenson comes out in the party jacket and all in the top spot here at the end of the men's ski slopestyle qualies.
Colby just keeping it clean all the way through his skiing today, bringing the difficulty, different things, not going upside down twice on every feature too, like some of these guys with the nose butter 10. But great to see Colby out here, stoked on his skiing, stoked on his jacket. You look good, you feel good, you play good, Jimmy.
Taking a look at some highlights here from our top 3 overall here in the slopestyle qualifiers.
Lots of good skiing out here today, but definitely some room for them to build for finals. There's a lot of tricks where they could add another rotation, maybe change up the grabs a little bit. And that rail line, there's a ton of possibilities that people still haven't tapped into, so we'll see what they end up doing for finals.
Yeah, again, in this round you had Oliver Magnuson jump up. He was down in that number 8 spot, gave himself some breathing room to crack into the top 3 right there. So speed was an issue out here today, but our top 10 have been decided as we move on in the weekend here. One ski event of the day out here, day 2 of 5 here from Dew Tour Copper Mountain 2021. So there you go, Colby Stevenson, Oliver Magnuson, Fabian Bush, Nick Gepper, Etienne Jeffrey Gagnon, Evan McEachran, Alex Hall, Mark Henderson. So that's your top 8 right there. Mac Forehand gets it done in run number 2, bumps up that number 9 spot, but it's the Kiwi, Finn Ballou, that hangs on with that first run score of that 76.75 after nervously having to watch the entire competition unfold in round number 2. He does earn his spot into that final and will ski on another day out here at Copper Mountain. So looking back over to the Super Pipe, we saw the women's qualifier. Well, we saw a couple of look-ins there on the women's qualifier. We got the men's Super Pipe qualifier coming up here at 11:30 Mountain Time. So we're going to exit the booth here, and Brad J and Todd Richards and DC are going to have the call on that one. And then I believe there's a snowboard men's slopestyle qualifier coming up later on today as well here, Pete, coming up at 1 o'clock this afternoon.
A whole lot of good stuff to watch out here. Copper Mountain, beautiful day.
So there you go. Hang on, we'll be back here at 11:15 Mountain Time for the men's Snowboard Pipe Qualifier.
Dew Tour is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Toyota. Let's go places.
We get out. Fire it up. Hook big ones. We get out and rip it. And we track them down. So crack a Mountain Dew and get out and do.
Do you want to get better at snowboarding? I've been snowboarding for 17 years, and I'm going to teach you everything you need to know for beginner tricks all the way to expert. My name is Brock Crouch, and welcome to Stomp Sessions.
Safeway is bringing the fresh every day. Crispy, juicy, delicious. We're cutting fresh, so you don't have to. Slicing fresh in-store. Icing, baking, and flower bouquet making. This is how we do fresh. Come and get it. Safeway. Fresh foods, local flavors.
My gravel parking lot is filled with rundown cars. The snow city waste is made by city farms. And if I stay up late, then I can hear the sound of people's recklessness back to new broken
know, space is hard. It used to be all we had to worry about was astrophysics, Kepler's law, gamma rays, solar flares, rocket science, black holes, and the theory of relativity. But now we also track about 30,000 objects, orbiting at over 17,500 miles an hour. And our entire way of life depends on us to protect our satellites from attack day and night. So yeah, space is hard.
Go wherever your wild side takes you. Toyota, let's go places.
Look at the sun, see how it shines on our lives. We were never meant to see the truth in their eyes. All your life they brought you up believing
what we're doing, it's dangerous. A lot of people can get hurt getting through the fear factor. It's so hard.
My philosophy has always been to embrace it. That's kind of what brings out the best in me, is when the stakes are high. Man, we're right on a knife blade, you know? If you land here, you're in the flats. If you land here, you're on the deck. Oh man, this is the moment.
My mind goes blank, like I have the jitters. It takes a lot of courage and mental preparation to do what we do.
I'm already nervous, like I'm so nervous.
It's exciting. It pushes us to learn new things and test ourselves in different ways that we haven't before.
I hype myself up and freak myself out. It's more just a brain game at the end of it, you know?
It is a little nerve-wracking. I just put in my music as loud as I can, just try to block everything out and do it in the safest and best way that I can.
Definitely scary, but I realized like this is why I do this, because nothing else makes you feel that alive.
2009 season, right before the 2010 Olympics, this sport changed big time. specifically at the New Zealand Open.
The half pipe trick selection changed to, I want to do a 1080, but I want it to be kind of double dipped. You know, that's going to add another flavor for the judges.
These guys show up flipping twice, and we're all looking. Only 3 guys had double corks, really. The rest of us are looking at each other like, seriously? Great. How do we do this now? Who wants to try this? No one.
I'm not only spinning 1,080 degrees, but I'm also flipping twice.
It was a lot to comprehend. I remember watching that final and just going, are you kidding me? It jumped overnight. I mean, that was probably the biggest leap I've seen in the sport ever. We saw Louis Vito drop in and do the first frontside double ever in competition. Sean went after and did one.
Sean, Mason, and Luke, their air awareness was unlike many at the time.
Luke Matrani had one, and it became a doubles comp.
Luke was on like a whole other level, almost like gymnast style. The double corks brought in new fear that you would deal with. You know, a commitment maybe is what I would call it.
You know, I've been waiting my whole life to see him land something like that, and I know he has too, so I'm proud of the kid. Proud of my little brother.
It's a whole new game these days, you know? Everybody's doubling. People are a little scared. Me, myself, scared for sure.
It wasn't the same game before where it was like kind of cool, loose. The stakes were too high. Going from cork spins to double corks, just the danger and the speed level and the amplitude it takes to do all that was big time. It was pretty scary. Hands down, it's all it was scary.
You're getting thirsty, bold, refreshing. So good. I mean, dude.
You know, space is hard. It used to be all we had to worry about was astrophysics, Kepler's law, gamma rays, solar flares, rocket science, black holes, and the theory of relativity. But now we also track about 30,000 objects, orbiting at over 17,500 miles an hour. And our entire way of life depends on us to protect our satellites from attack day and night. So yeah, space is hard.
We show up to the mountain every single day, dropping into this 22-foot halfpipe made of ice. It's as hard as concrete. Try to go the biggest we can possibly go. The bigger the halfpipe, the bigger the air. Yeah, it's something super special that you definitely can't feel anywhere else on the mountain. So I grew up in Big Bear Lake, California. When I was about 8 years old, my mom and dad decided that we should go try a winter out in Lake Tahoe and get the opportunity to ride bigger mountains, bigger parks, better half pipes, and get the opportunity to ride with people who were just way above the level that I was at. They did all that just because they knew that I loved it. I don't think I can ever repay them for giving me these opportunities at such a young age. Family, friends, relationships, they play a major role. I mean, we're traveling the world. We're gone probably 6 months out of the year away from home. You know, you can always FaceTime them and have a normal conversation or call them, and you know there's a form of stability there. Yo!
Hey, Tommy! Hey, man, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Gonna pack up soon, head out to Copper for Dew Tour.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Awesome, I'm so excited. Yeah, it's looking good. I can't wait to see you guys. I'm pumped. It's time to get back in the gym though. When I'm not snowboarding, I'm in the gym, I'm training, I'm trying to become a stronger athlete so these tricks become easier, and it's a grind whether you're on snow or off snow. Competing for my country, it's been a goal of mine since I was a young snowboarder, so I wake up every day when I go train, when I'm learning a new trick or making a plan for a run, you know, I'm thinking about Beijing. It's been a challenge, it's been a long journey of taking baby steps to finally see the results, but I think it's finally paying off, and I'm really excited to put it to show this December.
When I think about like what initially drew me to riding halfpipe, I think it was really guaranteed airtime.
Just when I saw snowboarding, it just was like eye-opening, and I just really saw the sky was the limit.
$2 feet or 20, as long as you come back down 6 inches under the coping, it's like you never left. And that's the feeling that hooks everyone.
What amazes me about pipe riding is like they go big. Some kids just really sends it.
People like that big air, man. These guys go huge.
When I look at the pipe today and I think of where it came from to where it is now, the thing that doesn't change is whoever is going the biggest is the winner.
People like that danger factor. It's just what drives people to watch sports. It's nuts.
It's just come so far, but I don't think it's changed that much, the reasons why we do it.
It's really an amazing thing, the sport of snowboarding, because it's one of the only sports where, you know, I can invent something tomorrow and be the best.
For the halfpipe, it's 22 feet, made basically entirely of ice.
More or less, this thing becomes this almost ice sculpture in a way. Halfpipe snowboarding is so cool because you get 5 hits to express yourself and set yourself apart from the rest of your competitors.
Trying to go as big as we can possibly go.
You want to make the crowd scream by going 20 feet out. And you also want to have some variety and really just show that you have your own style.
You know, there's that element of danger. You're flying down the mountain as fast as you can, dropping into a 22-foot wall and then flying out, hoping to do multiple flips.
These tricks are big. They're dangerous. They're nerve-wracking when it comes to learning them, doing them in a competition run. And you have to be 100% in it and 100% focused.
These tricks need to be done with confidence.
Overwhelming confidence.
Yeah, the risk is very real. I just turn up my music and just go. You know, I think halfpipe riding always goes through a big burst when the Olympic qualifying year comes around.
Halfpipe did a leap that I haven't seen since 2010. It went from no one doing a triple to 4 guys landing a triple. The sport changed. It just took a huge leap.
And I'm sure somebody will lay down the first competition triple cork here this year. That's what you're going to see out there, a lot of new tricks and a lot of new combinations.
And a very big welcome to everybody joining us on the interweb. And a very big welcome to everybody joining us on the interweb. We are here due to Copper Mountain Day number 2. We had the snow yesterday, but things have turned in our favor today. Brad J in the booth, none other than the legend Todd Richards alongside. Todd, we got through some snow yesterday, but it looks like we got some optimal pipe conditions for the dudes out here today.
Better than having it snow sideways at you. And I think, you know, today's going to turn out to be great. Look, any day in Colorado in December where the winds aren't blowing 70 miles an hour, you are stoked.
Sounds like mammoth weather sometimes. We talk about that. Well, pretty darn important, of course, today. You know, to make the U.S. team, you're kind of running out of opportunities now. You got this one to happen, but let's talk competition format.
Yep, we got 23 riders. We're going to cut it down to 10 that will advance on to the final 2-run. Best run counts. The score is out of a possible 100. And basically, the way that this thing shakes out is you've got to look good above the lip. You got to go big. You have to have technical combos. You can't look like hot garbage going between the walls. You got to make your half-pipe run stand out from everybody else. And what that takes is the progression, how high you go, amplitude, variety, execution, and the combos, the trick difficulty back to back.
Now we talk about the combos. The combo's pretty darn important when it comes down to judging snowboarding nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, it's like, what are you going to set up with and what are you going to end with? It's almost like, you know, your setup move and the final move are going to be the two big exclamation points on your run.
Well, let's rack up the start list for you and show you who's going to be competing in this sucker. Here's a take a look at them right now. You start with Ruka Hirano. Now you look at all these competitors, they're going to have 2 opportunities, as Todd said, to put down the best run of they can do. Now, when it comes to the finals, it is all about the 3-run final, but we're not there. We're about qualifying. And speaking of qualifying, that's what the Americans are trying to do. They're trying to represent the U.S., and you're running out of opportunities. You got this qualifier, and then you got Mammoth in a couple weeks.
Yep.
And that is it.
Yeah, and then, look, we got Mr. Sean White, someone who's no stranger to draping a big gold medal around his neck, but he's got his work cut out for him here today, and he's been fighting this long game for quite a while.
I always sort of formulate a plan. I mean, I love my plans and my goals, and obviously the goal is to succeed at this Olympics. And when thinking about that as the goal, I then work kind of backwards and go, okay, well, where would I be at this point and what tricks? And a lot of those things have to do with the other riders and what they're doing as well. And so a lot changed. Obviously, we were in Switzerland, and a lot of the Japanese snowboarders started chucking triple corks and nailing them. And it's nice to be, you know, playing cards with everybody, and everybody kind of like sets their cards down, and you get to go, okay, well, well, he's holding this. He's stuck on, well, shoot, I'm outgunned here. I gotta step it up. And now my plan is more to make sure I like lock up that spot to get to the Olympics, and then I'm really gonna kind of push on the gas of what I want to accomplish just before the Olympics. I'll have the most motivation I'm going to have because, well, you can't wait till next week. It's the Olympics. Like, we got to get it done. So using that momentum and that fuel and pressure and kind of anxiety of it all, I think it's really going to motivate me right at the end.
That is a complete opposite of the way that I did my snowboard career. There was absolutely no planning at all. It was basically a cluster from A to B.
Well, I like the things he says there too, but yeah. I mean, you also have to look at it this way. It's like, he needs a podium. He doesn't have a podium in the first 2 qualifiers. If Sean really wants to secure the deal, getting a podium out here at Dew Tour would really help put him on the team on the fast track.
Well, look, the game hasn't changed since '98 when I went. The qualifiers are oftentimes more stressful and more hard than actually competing at the Olympics, because you're just all nerves, you know? Like, you have this, like Sean said, you got some big old plan how you're going to do it and what you're going to do at the Olympics, but, you know, first things first, you actually have to be on that plane flying over to Beijing.
Indeed, and just looking at what Sean has done, he had 4th place in Aspen. That was his first one that he put in on the qualifier. Then 8th in Copper last week. So he's got a 4th and 8th. Really needs a podium, and I think the podium speaks volumes for all the competitors. You look at Chloe Kim; she's already spoke volume by getting that podium last year, taking the win. these guys, if they want to make the U.S. team, they got to get a podium. The sooner the better, because you're running out of time.
Yeah, you got to get the podium or you got to get the points. And you know, the big obstacle that Sean was talking about is for him is going to be being able to match a run up against, you know, say Ayumu Hirano, who got second place, the silver medal in Pyeongchang, but now he's got the crazy triple cork in his repertoire of tricks. So it's like, you know, Sean's a master planner. He's playing 3D chess all the time. That guy he's thinking 4 steps ahead. But I mean, we had you know, one of the best things about the Do Tour is you can talk to all these people, young and old, and kind of figure out, you know, what people's plans are with this Superpipe.
Of the competition,
really high highs and low lows.
It's insane. That will to win that I had. You have to go huge. You have to land perfect.
Yeah, I just love the competition. I'm playing to win. I would say my advantage is knowing how to deal with that pressure.
You don't have an opportunity to really think about what's coming at you.
I tried so hard, but I knew deep down I had it in me.
It takes a lot to fight back.
I just remembered thinking, okay, well, this is some fuel to the fire. I'm here to stay.
I think everybody handles it differently, but your headspace at the top of a contest is...
The hardest part is doing it the first time, and then once you do it once you get your teeth dug in, everything starts to come a little bit easier.
1, 2, 3, get that job done.
I try to not get too amped up. I think you can overamp really easy, take too much speed into the first hit or something like that. To really know what you're about to do takes quite a bit of focus. Really visualize your tricks before you do them.
You don't think, you just react. When you get up there, you just do what you do, and it just clicks, and you just go with it.
And I need to focus and really put some runs down to make the team. People forget, you start seeing ads on TV that, here's your hopefuls for the Olympics. We're hopefuls, obviously. we got to make the team. So here it is, the G Tour's third qualifying event for the Olympics. Using that momentum and that fuel and pressure, I think it's really going to motivate me right at the end.
I'll tell you what, you said that about Sean too, about, you know, what the mindset is too for him in this situation, because, you know, all the media is covering him and what he's all about. But there's guys with bigger tricks. There's guys that can challenge Sean, and we're seeing that in the first 2 qualifications. And Sean's right. You got to come out, and you got to get into the finals. That's your task at hand here today, and try to get that podium and just keep building those points so you can qualify.
Well, the one way you motivate a guy like Sean White is say you can't.
Oh, thank you.
And that's all the motivation it takes sometimes.
So we're going to be starting things off. Ruka Hirano will be going first from Japan. You can see our start list right there all the way down. You can see some youngsters out there in the mix. You see Jack Coyne is a member of the rookie halfpipe team. You got Toby Miller. Saw a great piece on Toby Miller, but I'm telling you, time's running out on Toby too. He needs to get busy because he's got a 13th place finish in copper, and that's all he has. So for Toby Miller, the higher you can get on that podium, or the higher you can get to that podium, is going to be better for him.
Like I said, you know, just knowing what these kids are going through as far as like mental stability as they get closer and closer to, you know, having the team.
Yeah, I'm looking at my cable that's all over.
You got Ruka Hirano right there, and he's up there with a bunch of Olympic talent. He's a non-Olympian trying to make that team represent Japan, but he's a guy who could do it. Drop it in. His first round. Here we go. It's Ruka Hirano.
Here we go. Ruka coming into this first hit. Switch backside. How's he going to start it off? Oh, high. Mellow switch backside. Double cork 1080 to get the run going. So Ruka Hirano coming out swinging. And like I said, you know, at the top of the show, you want to have a starter trick that's a banger and an ender trick that's a banger. He's got one more wall. What's it going to be? Big alley-oop 5 right into the flats. But hey, starting out run off of the double cork, switch double cork 10 is no joke.
And you know that there's bigger spins that we will see, but I like the way Ruka just says, hey, keep the game, keep it mellow, do what you know how to do.
Yeah. Here we see the backside 900. That was his second hit. Remember, these guys get 2 runs to make the final. You may not see the heaviest runs here today because this is a qualifier. You don't want to show everything that you've got. You want to leave the judges with a little bit of anticipation on what's to come. But you do need to put down a solid run in order to make that final. There's that double, switch double 1080. And here, I like that. The alley-oop 540. It's simple, but looks good. And it's hard to land those, especially when you're in the middle of the pipe.
Yeah, like you said, looks good. Very stylish. Waiting for that first score to come in. This is going to be the one to start the party off with. Remember, 2-run format. That's going to be the 86, so he'll go right to the top. What are you thinking? 86? Pretty solid to get in the top 10,
yeah,
right?
Considering that he was the guinea pig for the judges this morning, I think that's pretty good. I mean, the scores are going to jump up as well as we move through the roster of athletes.
So we get set for our next athlete, talking about Andre Hoflick, up next out of Germany. The 24-year-old, ready to do things in a big way. He was 12th out there in Copper, and that was the first qualifier for him. Third in Aspen of the World Cup. And he's done some things here at Copper too. Top 6, top 12. Here we go. First up for him. This is his first run. Put your hands together. Andre Hoflick dropped into Goofy Footer.
Andre's got some incredible switch tricks, and guess what? He's going to start his run off with this. Hopefully it's a nice switch method because he does those insane. Yep, switch method to start that run off straight into the double 10. Andre looking good so far. Big frontside 1260, landing that about as smooth as you possibly could. Slow rotator 9, a little bit of a tweak out at the final rotation. And then into the double 10, a little weeble wobbly on the flat bottom, but hey, that was a decent run that he put down. I think the judges are going to have to score that a little bit under what Ruka just did, just by virtue of that.
The touch there.
Yeah, a little loose truck wobble on the bottom.
Take another look here at the replays of this one.
Hey, this is switch stance, ladies and gentlemen, the opposite-footed.
Can't even tell.
Yeah, you can't really even tell. His switch methods are way better than 99.9% of the general public's. And then straight combo into that. And then down there at the bottom, everything was going really smoothly. There's that 900, a little bit of a tweak out in that, but it was right here. Watch the landing, a little bit of a sketch. Just a little bit. Didn't exactly set that edge perfectly. Could have been a lot worse than it was, but judges don't like it when you have to put your hand down for balance.
Well, you called that too, because they're going to ding you no matter what when you get that. And look, there you go, 66.5.
That's a solid ding.
That's a solid ding. There you go. Because that would have been a decent one to could maybe challenge Hirano there with that, but Hoflick will look to clean that up. He'll get back at it, and we'll move right along out here. So 2 riders down with their first seat. Next up, Josh Bowman. He's a 23-year-old out of Mammoth Lakes now. Bowman, regular foot rider. His first opportunity. Here we go, dropping in. Josh Bowman.
Josh is going to hit his frontside wall. Well, actually, nope. He's going to 180 in. Go switch here. Switch method to start his run off as well. When did that become flavor of the week? I think that's Danny Davis's fault. Big double 10. Solid frontside 9. Very slow rotated. Landed tight to the top of the lip. Combos into the backside 9. Solid run so far. Big dub 10 into the flats. And yeah, you're smart because you'd be olling the banner at that point. There is no wall left for you.
It's nothing left. So he waved out. So there you go. Josh Bowman, that's going to be his first run. Remember, 2-run format, your best run counts. So take a look at Bowman here.
Yeah, starting that run off with the switch method, kind of a little 180 in, and then there it is, the double meatball. Grabbing mute, flipping over twice, the 1080. And that into that really slow rotated frontside 9. When you're capable of doing frontside 1260s, you should be able to do a frontside 9 really, really slow and style it out.
I like the end of this here. He waves it off like, yes, I got it.
Yep.
Yeah, I already got this.
Yeah, be careful there. That surface is icy.
Yeah, don't count this. I'm letting you know that I'm happy with what I did. I like that. So Josh Bowman waits for that one to come in. 56.5. He goes into the number 3 spot still. That score to beat is at 86 that Ruka had put up.
Yay.
And we'll get next to Kaishu Hirano. Up next, the 19-year-old.
So here he comes, dropping into his run. Trying to carry a lot of speed. The Japanese are known for going huge. That's a great look at someone's boot. But huge backside air to start off that run. Punching that leg well over the lip. Front dub. Straight into the cab dub. Kind of looks like he's losing a little bit of momentum here in the middle of the pipe. But still, solid run. Frontside 9. Backside dub 12 at the bottom. Brad, did you see how he kind of lost momentum? The method to start his run off was perfect. I thought that, he landed that good, but as soon as he kind of started to go across the flat bottom, it was almost like Velcro. It kind of sucked all of his speed.
And we talk about that, of course, being that there has been the fresh snow, having that little bit of slough as we take another look here.
Watch this, super pump into this method.
Yeah, see, we'll be able to see it here.
Boom, full extension. Hello, Instagram, at least 20 likes on that one. And then lands and goes across the flat bottom straight into this double 10. And then this is where I think we started to have a little Velcro snow. Because right there, the momentum kind of stopped. And
there it is.
He's kind of like a smaller statute rider, you know, and it does take a little bit more when you're a little bit smaller. You don't weigh as much to keep that momentum up. It's very important that you land tight to the top of the wall to keep that pendulum effect all the way down.
It just showed he didn't have the speed to be able to get that last one in, so kind of just trying to whip that thing around. Guys, he knows what he needs to do. The riding's on the wall. Get up there, put something up in the 80s on your second. The final run is what he's going to need to do. As we move along to Lucas Foster, man. Oh, boy, I'll tell you all about him. 22 years old. Here he goes. First run, Lucas Foster dropping in.
Lucas Foster coming out of Telluride, not a place that you find a lot of half pipes, but sick Indy 540 to start that off. You don't ouch. Lucas kind of coming up short on the lip. And that lip is solid ice, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't know if it's more frustration with him. Yeah.
Owie.
Member of the U.S. half-pipe team out of Telluride.
Let's talk about what went right with that run. The Indy 540, you do not see a lot of people doing that trick, period. And just when you see someone slow it down, tweak the nose out over the lip, come around, be able to see it. But then when he took off for this front dub, actually, no, the big front 10? Yeah, front 10, didn't quite get the pop and landed right on his hip and back on top of the lip. So obviously that hurts because it's a right angle of ice up there.
So that's going to do it on Lucas Foster. He'll have another shot. That's not going to be a score that he wants to keep. Chase Blackwell up next. Remember that U.S. half-pipe team, so strong that he can do 6 at X Games in 2021. Here we go. Chase Blackwell, regular foot.
Chase, another one of these kids coming out of Colorado that has been weaned on the Summit County super pipes over the years. Front 12, a little bit hard on that heel edge, is going to zap a lot of his speed up top of the pipe. He can get it going again, though. Front 10, power squat through the flat bottom, into his switch 10, just not enough speed. He knows that he's got another run to make the qualifier into the final on Sunday.
Seemed like that was one of those things he was going to still keep to his line, even though it wasn't working out for him. He was still going to try and keep that line going.
Yeah, because sometimes, you know, you can magically manifest a little bit more mojo out of the flat bottom, but
a little moj.
That front side 1260, you know, that kind of zapped all of his speed. And then you see here just kind of losing that momentum, not able to get it way up and above the lip. Then he started to get it back. Once he kind of threw his body into it, that frontside 1080. But it's so important that you start your run off with a trick that lands really tight to the lip so you can just power. And you know, that's where Sean White will set himself apart, because that kid knows how to ride a transition in a super pipe and milk speed.
Indeed. Now we get ready for the next one. He is battling for a spot on the U.S. team, and he's pretty much already representing the U.S. half-pipe team, but he's trying to punch his ticket to Beijing. Next up, the Olympian from 2014 out of Steamboat Springs, the American hopeful Taylor Gold dropping in first run.
Remember, this is a qualifier here. Taylor Gold has got a very technical, complicated run, and I don't want to curse it, have the commentators curse, but he's got some tricks that are so different than everybody else's. If he makes it into that final, we could see some crazy stuff go down. Big double chuck, that could become a 10-8. So far, Taylor's run is on point. Big 10 out of that air to fakie.
Yeah.
Taylor Gold is here. He is my dark horse to take home some hardware from the Olympics, because I just think he's riding so differently. He's approaching the pipe so differently than everybody else, and I love it. It's non-formulaic. Look at this McTwist. Tweaks it well up above his head, and then straight into this front 12. Gets the tail grab about halfway through the rotation, gets the hip whip around, and then into the double Michael Chuck on this next hit. Heave-ho, up and over twice.
Lots of landing.
Perfect. And this right here, the air to fakie, please show it, please show it. There it is. Big melon to fakie, huge.
So sick.
To do that trick in the middle of a run and come out with speed, you're taking risk. And then into some kind of a crazy grab between your legs with your front hand, 1080.
And he carries that, air to fakie down the pipe. There's some serious real estate that he goes through on that.
Nice run, Taylor. That was sick. That's what we want to see out of you. And we know you got more in the bag, and we can't wait to see it
86
in the finals.
86 the score to beat. That's what Ruka Hirano has. Taylor go right in the pipe like no one else. Let's see what he can get on this. This will be the first one. Judges will take a little bit of time here. Dot the old I's, cross the T's, make sure everything's right. Break out the abacus for this one.
Yeah, if the judges are taking their time, it means one of two things. Either they're going to dock you or they're going to juice you. Look at this huge melon fakie, 15 feet out, straight into this 1080 right there. What's when you grab with the front hand, like Swiss cheese or something crazy? I don't know, some trick that only people with long arms can do.
81.25, that's going to be the score. So Taylor Gold, not what he wanted. He wanted to be up around that 86 or above, right?
That kind of stinks to me, but whatever. I'm not a judge.
Judges,
I'm not a judge.
Judges are boarding that as an 81.25, so he will go to second. Ruka Hirano, number one. Hoflick in the third spot. Remember, you just need to be in the top 10 when it's all said and done. Iko Anai from Japan are ready to go right now. 9th at Aspen at the World Cup there.
I'll tell you what, there is no one doing air fakies in the middle of the run as a setup trick because it's so hard to do. People need to start recognizing that you don't have to do 1080s to get big scores.
Do you think it's tough for the layman to maybe pick that up, that air to fakie being such a...
That's my job.
That is your job.
That is my job, Brad, to educate people on what's going on.
Do your job, Todd. Here you go.
Here we go, into the first hit. Big, slow, rotated frontside 9, landing at about the lower... Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Now we're talking. Now we are talking alley-oop 7 into an alley-oop 5. This run has got some flavor.
And riding the pipe differently than most right there.
So differently. That to do an alley-oop rodeo flip and add the extra 180 on that and turning it into a 720 on your second hit. That is so sick. Okay, here we go. Frontside 9. Grabbing that tail, and then this is where it gets weird because to match transition on this trick is not easy.
Was not expecting it.
Alley-oop rodeo, comes around, little bit more of a hip whip, lands, switch, and then into the switch alley-oop rodeo 540, and then down here at the bottom, unfortunately, kind of just, those tricks up there are so hard to match that transition to keep that speed up, and I think that's kind of paid for it down at the bottom.
Yeah, because you talk about the variety of the tricks being done, the amount of the spins you're putting in, the amount of the double corks you're putting in. So whatever you're doing, you got to be able to tie them in together and make it as one package deal. Here's a guy who can definitely put it together. The switch master about ready to drop in right now. He's one of those guys who's battling for a spot to represent the USA in Beijing. He's already an Olympian, but he would sure like to do it again. He was 6th in Korea, so just missing out on that podium there. He is from Idaho. Next up, the Olympian Chase Josie with his first run.
And Chase has got some pretty technical runs as well. He's very comfortable going switch backside. And that's, of all the ways to spin in the half pipe, it's the most awkward. It's a very strange way to kind of teach your body by, basically you beat it into learning how to go switch backside.
Regular foot rider.
Dub to get things started. Straight into a slow rotated switch 900 into switch backside 900. Big double cork 1080. And grab stale on that, the last rotation. Very smooth run into a front 12. Landed. There he goes. That was so calm for Chase Josie. Very, very smooth run from top to bottom. Very interesting stuff going on in there, too, with the switch backside spins.
I feel like sometimes he takes it easy on that first run. I feel like he kind of put a little bit more in that first run than we saw him do at the Grand Prix.
Here we go. Starting things off. Dub 10.
No problem.
Comes in switch into a switch front 9. That was calm, cool, and collected. The switch melon grab, then straight into the switch back 9. Right there, you see him holding on to it. Switch backside 900. Then sets up here into double cork 1080. Kind of switched hands there, went from mute to stalefish, and then sets him up right here for the exclamation point on this run. Front 12, into the flats, no hands down. Chase Josie, smoother than a butter sandwich. Look at this.
That sounds tasty.
Boom. Unless you're lactose intolerant.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. And more ways than one. So let's see what happens here with Chase Yossi trying to get up there in the top spot. 86 is what Ruka Hirano put down. Chase Yossi looking for a good start here. A 12th in Aspen, a 6th in Copper on the first 2 qualifiers. The man at Idaho, let's see where he goes. Does he get up in the 80s? Just shy, 79.25 for Chase Yossi.
That's right where I think he should be. I mean, like I think he's testing the waters. Chase is really good at kind of reading, what the judges are looking for.
I feel like he does that all the time. There's a look at it right there. A couple American flags in the top 3. Chase Yossi, the 3rd spot. Taylor Gold, that 2nd spot. You got Bowman down there, 5. You got Chase Blackwell down there. Remember, the top 10, after everything is done, after all 2 runs, the top 10 go to the finals. So that's job 1. You got to make it to the finals first. Valentino Muselli now.
Valentino is this rad young kid coming out of Australia. I mean, he's following in the lineage of Tor Bright, Scotty James, and he goes massive. Huge method there, right over the sky chutes across I-70 there, right into another giant front 10. Look how slow he rotates. Big, wow, into big backside 9.
He's a big guy.
And then into boom, just a dub 10.
Wow, that's a pleasure.
That run was insane.
That's fun to watch, Todd.
Actually, you know what? I think that was a switch meth on the... Hold on, I need to see that again.
We'll take a look at some replays here.
Yeah, this is the switch method, ladies and gentlemen. Switch method to get that run started.
Yeah, he's red.
And then look down here. When you look again, that's switch stance. That's a switch stance method. And then straight into this right here, big double. I mean, that was such a good run. And you can see just how slow motion he does these rotations. There's that big slow motion 900. That slow motion 9 right after that. And then a 12 there at the bottom. That is actually Chase Yossi. But that was a solid run.
I was so scared on that.
I was so scared up there. 70.25 is what he's going to get. What do you think about that score, Todd? Talk to me on that.
I think that switch method was insane. You should high five yourself. I will high five. There you go. That is the way we do it.
Because you have to look at that again.
No, we want your COVID protocols. You only have to high five yourself out here. You can touch. No one can touch you.
Okay, as long as your high five is 6 feet apart. There you go. So you have to be 6 foot to be able to do that. Now we go back up top for our next rider to drop in. And Ayumu Hirano coming up for you. And I'll tell you what, boy, is he mad. 2 silver medals, last 2 Olympics, finishing 2nd. You know you'd like to get on top of that. Took a little break and focused on skateboarding for the Olympics, but now he is back. And he's ready to do it.
Can we just talk about how good this kid is in a bowl? I mean, he didn't really place that well at the Olympics, but gosh, did he hold his own.
Here we go. Ayumu Hirano dropping in. It's going to be his first run.
Ayumu Hirano dropping in.
Let's see what he's got.
Coming in. Big frontside double. Look at the way that he travels in between the walls. There is nothing going on. It looks like he's half asleep. Big frontside 1260. Ayumu is just cruising. Walk in the park for him. Backside 900. He's going to end this off right here with a casual front 9. That was the most lackadaisy ski in the bottom of the... And look at his pants. His pants are bringing it back to 94, dude.
I'm digging that stuff.
I like it.
Bring it. Are those cool bolo, man? So you're looking at the... back-to-back 10s to start it off. What, 1260 in the middle of that?
Yeah, check this out right here. Just huge. And it really, when judges are looking at the overall impression, they are taking into consideration how quiet you are in between the walls. And that's something that a lot of people kind of just leave out. He's so calm, so quiet between the walls, and that lets him do these moves with tons of speed, tons of power, because there's nothing going on in the middle that would distract him. That frontside 1260 looked like a frontside 5. And then back 9, little tweak out of the front leg. And then just into a casual front 9 tail grab to end off that run. That was so sick. So casual.
And not even all what he has in his bag, obviously. He's just going to come out and do what it needs to make it happen to get up there. And Ayumu Hirano, it's just a pleasure to watch him ride that snowboard in such a solid way. Ruka Hirano, top spot, 86. Taylor Gold, number 2, 81.25. And those are the only scores in the 80s. Then you got Chase Yossi with that high 79.25. And there's your top 3.
And you're looking at one of the kids who can trip it up. You know, when he needs to bring the trips, he will bring the trips, and it will happen with his casual Ayumu Hirano style.
77.25. Ayumu Hirano will go into the 4th spot.
Oh, wow.
Wait, we just hold on. Something just coming in. I think that Danny Davis, who's up next, is actually stuck on a chairlift right now.
Yes, solid move, D. Davis. Sure you are. We're all stuck on a metaphorical chairlift, aren't we?
He was here early this morning, I saw him. So Jan Scher is going to be the next one up here, 2-time Olympian. He's getting the nod that that's our boy. Where's he at?
He's on the chairlift somewhere. I don't know.
How many hours does our son spend on that chairlift?
Here we are, Lauren.
All right. Well, we're going to move along here, Brad.
Yeah.
Who got in the start?
We're talking about the Ironman. Jan Scher, now 27 years old, 2-time Olympian.
Ripped it last weekend here at the
Second
Grand
place, man. Silver medal.
Ripped it.
Here we go. Jan Scher dropping in his first run.
Here we go. Coming in regular foot. First hit, backside, wind up, snaps into a tail grab backside 900, super slow rotated into the dub 10. And you see over there the height meter kind of gives you an idea of how high these guys are going as he splats into the flat on run number 1 of 2.
There's a little shock that you're supposed to go. He was waiting for Danny to go. Jan Scher, that's going to be his first opportunity. We'll start breaking out that bubble score as it becomes significant.
Look at this back 9, though. Gets the tail grab, holds on to it through the whole rotation, nice and smooth, matches transition perfectly into that big front 10. Double dip of that shoulder.
High up on the transition.
And then into the switch dub 10.
What's wrong? It looks good.
Oh, watch as he comes around, kind of opens up, and doesn't get enough rotation in. You know, he just needed a couple more degrees.
Well, this just in, Danny has been found. So
there he is.
There he is.
All right, nice of you to join us, Danny. You're on your own schedule here. I know it. Just because you're sponsored by Mountain Dew, you can write the script. Sorry.
It is okay.
We're just here for you.
We're just happy to be here, Danny.
One of my favorite...
3-time two-tour champ, by the way.
Yeah, he's been in the Olympics before. He knows what's going on. But one of my favorite slices of Danny Davis is when there's not a lot of pressure. You know, he's not trying to really make the Olympic team. He's just out here having a good time, and that's when Danny is at his best. He is the one that kind of influenced a lot of this young generation on thinking differently about, you know, doing back-to-back double meatballs. He likes to throw different runs in. Look at this, backside 360 Indy to poke. Start this off into a switch method. I love that combo. He debuted that at a contest right up the road here in Aspen a few years back, and everyone in the industry loved it. Frontside 9, Danny Davis riding real casual. There's that 540 McTwist into the frontal and on the top of the coping. That was a really fun run. I love to see that. Thanks, Danny. Thank you for that. Take a bow.
It's just one of those things. It's just so stylish to what he does. He doesn't conform to what's being done. He's going to do what Danny does.
Let's talk about this. Chris Roach popped this trick into the, I guess, the lexicon back in about 1990. Oh, no, doing Indy poke to fakie, kind of bring it around. And then combos that into the switch method. And Danny kind of brought that those switch backside, the subtle switch backside tricks into, you know, the formula to putting together a really interesting, fun run. And Danny also, you know, he hosts that contest, the, you know, one of the most fun events that snowboarding can have. And he ran that over at Boreal a couple years ago. He's going to do it again here. You know, Peace Park. Look at the frontal hand fully on the coping. That is how you do that trick on vert.
And the thing is, it's different with skateboarding because that coping is locked in. It's consistent. It's not a snow lip that you're grabbing.
Oh, his parents are stoked. They love a good frontal.
Yeah.
They're like, man, that looked like cab.
So Danny Davis finishing up that's going to be his first
8th place, but number 1 in our hearts, Danny.
Number 1 in our hearts.
Number 1. Glad you could make it, though, because, you know, chairlifts, right?
And respect for Grillo, too, you see.
Absolutely.
On the board for sure. So Danny Davis, 55. And that will now put our bubble score at a 23.50, and that's going to change, obviously. But no, this would not be Jan Scher.
No, this would be, I believe this is Derek Livingston coming out of Canada.
Derek Livingston will be up next, 30 years old, goofy foot rider.
Derek's been putting in the time, too. You know, he's been there. He's the best pipe rider that's currently representing Canada right now. You know, long lineage of really good half pipe riders coming out of Canada. You know, you got Trevor Andrew back in the day. Look at that though, throwing a nice backside 360 into a switch backside 900. That's a combo. That one will make it work into the front double. A little squirrely in the landing right there, but you know the ingredients are there.
Started out with that, looks like that 12 on the first hit for him.
Big front 12 to start things off. You get another look at it there, but unfortunately just kind of like a little wobbly on one of the landings, kind of zapped some speed out. Frontside 12.
That last turn.
Yeah, I know. Got that. The rest of that rotation done was below the lip, but hey, whatever it takes. That's called the contest, mate, Brad.
You take it.
And then straight into this double here, landing kind of towards the bottom, washing on his heels a little bit.
He knows it.
He kind of left one wall out there to dry.
But a good start to that run. So Derek Livingston will go back up. He'll get a second shot at that one. And his score will be the bubble score at 32.25. Taking a look at it right now, there's the American flags you see on the top 8 right there. And Taylor Gold, Chase Josie, Josh Bowman, all trying to see if they can make it. Chase Blackwell, he's searching for a spot, represent in Beijing. I got a slopestyle course in that middle right there.
What's your price, Brad? Third jump. Name your price.
Third jump, straight air.
Third jump.
Straight
I don't
air.
care. You just make it over. I'll pay you.
Let's go $5,000.
$5? Man, your standards are super low.
Okay. Well, maybe I'm broke. I haven't worked in a while.
You're gonna get work.
We got Pat Bergener now.
Pat Bergener, he's one of these guys who has a whole bunch of unique switch tricks. Starting things off, switch back 5, switch back 7, into the Indy 540 slow rotated. Frontside 1080. Nice calm style. There's that 10. Looks like he's not putting a lot of effort into it. And that front 12. That was such a casual ride for him. What happened there? Looks like he's holding his guts. But definitely, you know, flat landings like that can hurt.
Yeah, he's a little sore after that. A talented musician, too, as well. What would happen there? Just a little shake-up?
I don't know, man. You know, flat landings, unless you've got the proper underwear, they can really hurt. There's that backside Indy 540. Into this tail grab, slow rotated, late hip whip, frontside 10. And then right there's the double. Lands that, and then into the frontside 12. Let's see what happens here. Comes around, grabs tuck knee, boom. Maybe it's just a squat out right there.
Yeah, like you said, you need good underwear on those.
You really do.
So Bergener will check it and see what he's going to get. This should put him somewhere up in that top 10. He's still kind of holding it there. You go 52.75 for that. He goes into 9th. So Chase Blackwell is the new bubble score, 40.5 right now. Obviously that's going to change.
Oh boy.
They got Luigi.
Look who's coming.
Louis Vito up next, 33 years old at Bellefontaine, Ohio.
Representing Italy.
Yes.
And, you know, I really want to know is Rosetta Stone in the mix right now? Like, is he learning to speak Italian? That's really what I want to know.
We're gonna have to find out about that one. Here comes the Goofy Foot Rider.
Louis Vito coming into his first hit. Front 12, solid for Louis. Back 9 tail grab, getting things going. He's been in this game for a very long time. I've considered Louis like a little brother for many years. And he can do dub chuck 10s below the lip, above the lip, wherever he needs to put him. Louis Vito, smooth run, ending off with that frontside 5 stalefish.
Because he almost thought that he was going to, kind of back off of professional snowboarding, but he came back, and Louis, he's got the skills, he's still got the tricks to get up there and get it done.
Check it out here. Backside 9 tail grab. And then straight into this right here, pair of double cork 1080s. Louis was like one of the first guys to do back-to-back. I think he was the first person to do back-to-back doubles in the pipe down in New Zealand.
2009.
And then ending things off there with a front 5. Solid run for Louis to start things off, representing Italy. Louis, give us a little Italian. What do you got up there?
Grazie mille.
Oh, he is doing it. Yeah, Louis.
He's got one phrase.
No, he's got more than that. Come on now. So he's going to go to bubble score now. So 48.75.
Needs something to build on. You got another run. And that's basically, you're feeling out the judges, getting the kinks, working the kinks out.
Another look to, I think next up, Joey Okeson coming up. Taking a look at it right now. There's Danny Davis in that 8th spot. See those American flags, so important for these guys trying to make that U.S. team. Disqualifier, then you got Mammoth in a couple weeks, and that's going to be it. Chase Blackwell on the outside of that 10. He needs to try and climb up into that top 10. And Lucas Foster, man, I'll tell you what, a lot of people don't know a lot about Lucas Foster, but this dude could get it done too as well. And next up, he is a member, believe it or not, he's a member of the U.S. halfpipe team, because that's how much faith they got in this youngster at 19 years old. 5th at X Games just last year.
Hey, coming out of the tri-state area as well. Hey, let's not forget about that.
Let's not forget
Wait,
that.
Is Connecticut in the tri-state area?
Is it?
I feel like it is.
Getting it,
It is. It's not quite New England.
Here's Joey Okeson.
All right, here he comes into hit number 1. Either way, he's coming from back east, so that means I'm going to give him an extra little bit of love. Front dub crip on the first hit into back 12 Indy.
Oh.
That was crazy looking. Front 10 lean grab. Right there into the second 1080. Unfortunately, landing a little too far down in the trough of the transition.
It was interesting watching him compete against Shaun White at the Grand Prix. He was close to bumping Shaun out. If he would have landed his run there, St. Shaun would not have been in the finals of that one. So Joey Okeson, he's a strong competitor. That's a young dude.
Starting things off, the double crippler up and over twice, but I want to see this right here. No one grabs this trick. Actually, no, grab Stalefish on that. I thought he grabbed any grab. People with dark clothing and low contrast televisions, I can't tell where your hand is.
You need everyone to have bright gloves on.
I know. Front lean 10 and then into this second 1080 right here. Watch as he lands, just a little too low. Compression will take you out.
Well, let's focus next up. The next guy to drop in here, talking about Shaun White, a 3-time Olympic gold medalist. He was 8th in copper, so he made the finals. Ended up in 8th place, a place he doesn't want to be. But he's looking for his first podium of the season to qualify for the U.S. team. Next up, here we go, 3-time Olympic gold medalist Shaun White.
So I think Shaun's just waiting for the wind. We can kind of feel it down here in the booth. There's a little bit of, oh, there it is. Look at that. And especially, you know, Shaun, I would expect, you know, Shaun is very strategic in the way that he rides. I think that he needs to play to his strengths, and that's going about 25 feet out on everything. Look, there was a few years ago at Dew Tour, his first backside air was solid
25 out?
25 feet out. And that's stupid. That's like base jumping at that point.
Well, here we go. Shaun White in the pipe.
Shaun starting things off, slow rotated, front 10 stale. Into the second, big 10, landing high on the wall, carrying a lot of speed. There's the front side 5 Stalefish, landing a little bit low, snapping into the double McTwist 1260.
Sits it down.
And it was, you know, you could tell when he landed that front Stalefish 5, landed a little bit too low, kind of zaps into the speed. He's good at forcing that dub 12 around, but he would like to casually do it.
I think that's why he does that skyhook where he doesn't, so it sets him up for that 12.
Yeah, the front stale set up for the dub 12er. He's got another run. But man, those 2 10s up top were solid. They were landed tight to the top of the lip. Big mega pumps out of those.
Let's take another look here. Shaun White, first run.
Snaps off the coping, grabs stale, super slow rotated. Watch how he lands perfectly. Gets a good pump out of that. Then straight into the melon dub. Kind of just a little bit more off axis, not like a true dub. I like that rotation. And then on this front side Stalefish 5, bangs the tweak out. Watch how he just kind of falls to about the lower quarter of the transition. Gets back on it though, snaps into the double McTwist 12, and kind of can't just pivot off of his tail. That pivot, you know, he's relied on that a lot. That last final pivot out of that trick. And unfortunately it didn't work out for him right here. Kind of just heaves it around and just gets kind of locked on that heel edge.
And you can tell from the 540 just pulling off that wall just a little too far.
He's got it, dude. Best Shaun White is backed into a corner Shaun White.
Oh, man. How many times have we seen that? So Shaun White will look to another one as we go back up top for our next competitor to drop in next. Talk about Ryan Walkendorfer coming up next. And he's another guy. He's battling out, he's trying to represent hometown Frisco, the local boy.
And super smooth rider. Goes huge. He's got the technical combos.
He's got 11th in Aspen and 15th in copper, so he needs to get in those finals. Here we go.
Big dub, start things off. There's that double cork 10. Into the second double cork 10. grabbing between his legs on that one, trying to differentiate himself from the rest of the pack because the back-to-back dubs have become this weird compulsory move. But no one is doing the double Michael check. There's only like 2 guys in this final, or this qualifier that have done that. It was Taylor Gold was one of them. But unfortunately for Ryan, goes down on that last hit. But solid run nonetheless up top.
So walked over for a look to another one for him. Yeah, but he's one of those guys he's just a good showing, getting into the finals and getting up in that top 5 or something like that, puts him in the conversation of putting him on that U.S. team. It is a battle. They've sent 4 men to represent halfpipe in the past in the Olympic Games. So you got to think that's the number they're looking at this year as well, unofficially. As we go back up top next up for you, Yuto Totsuka up next.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, watch this, man. And he has just been doing it so strong. 3rd place at Copper just last weekend. Very same pipe. X Games Silver 2020. Defending X Games gold medalist. He was first in Aspen at the World Cup in 2021 and the World Champs. He got first out there.
And I think the big secret was when the Japanese really came onto the scene a few years back was they just stopped caring about getting blown apart when they go huge and land on the deck. And there he goes. Switch backside into this first hit. Oh my God, I'm having a seizure. There we go, into a giant switch backside double cork 1080 into a casual backside 900. So far, he's gone absolutely gigantic on a switch backside 10. Look at this, just so casual, landing tight to the top of the lip.
10 and 9.
So nice, so just graceful. I want to see another look at that switchback 10 up top because he went huge. The rotation was really slow, and it set him up perfectly.
We'll see if we can get another look at that.
Solid way to start off your run.
Here we go.
Here we go. Actually, no, he didn't start his run off with that. He went into giant front 12, into backside 900.
Look how far he carries down the pipe.
Hey, did you notice who he was high-fiving down there?
I did not. I was trying to figure that out.
It was my brain just completely shut off. I'm having a senior moment. Ruka. Raibu from last weekend, who got just absolutely decimated on the lip. He's hanging out down here at the bottom of the pipe. So
5 broken ribs and a collapsed lung.
Apparently, allegedly.
Allegedly. So that's not, we don't know that for sure.
But still, I mean,
we know he's here.
He is here, and he's on his feet, and that is good. Look at him. The G. He's back on his feet.
So good to see him. 84 is going to be the score. There you go. And he's going to find himself in that number 2 spot with that 84. So now that brings the bubble. The Bergener in that 10th spot is a 52.75. You know, we had a chance to catch up with Toby Miller and talk about the level of pipe riding. And check this out what Toby had to say.
Halfpipe snowboarding is a level that people once deemed impossible, and every 4 years you watch the sport progress more and more, and it's truly surreal to watch what's happening, and I'm honored to be a part of it.
Run it. He's going to have to really do it right here. Because you look at what he's trying to do. Toby Miller out of 13th in Copper. He's only been in 1 qualifier to try and represent the Olympic team. So task at hand for Toby Miller here today is make the darn finals. Do the thing and get in the finals. So here we go. First run of the Truckee, the 21-year-old regular flitter. Here comes Toby Miller.
Toby Miller carrying a lot of speed into hit number 1. What's he got? He's been working very hard on getting those 14s and those 12s perfect. There's a front 10 to start things off. A little bit of a scrub of speed. Doesn't really slow him down, though. 2 10s up top. There's front 14. Toby, you don't need it. You don't need it, buddy. You need to get that 12 in there. Maybe put that 14 at the bottom, but I don't know. JJ Thomas is your coach. Talk to him about that. But I think that, if you can land that 14, yes, you're going to get a bump up in score. But if you're using it as a setup trick up top, you're taking a lot of risk.
I hear you on that. As we're taking a look here at Toby.
2 doubles up top, nice and smooth. Actually, that was the front 14 dub. Here it is once again.
Take another angle of it. Rotation.
Comes around just a little bit short on the rotation and kind of far down the transition as well. We get another run, though. Pressure is on for Toby Miller.
But I think there's, you know, Todd, you look at riders who are actually going to compete to what the scores are showing, and there's riders who are going to have their line in their mind what they want to do.
Yeah,
and I think
absolutely.
as you get older and how the progression steps up, you almost have to have 2 or 3 runs, don't you?
I think so. You need to have your qualifier run, you have to have your backup qualifier run, and you need to have your final and then your dream final run.
And I feel like that on that one, you know, Toby's a young dude right now. He's, you know, 21 years old. Maybe at this point he needs to just operate to what he needs. There you go, Jack Coyne now, member of the halfpipe rookie team, dropping in.
Just over the Vail Pass here, coming out of Edwards, Colorado. Front dub crippler to start off his run, kind of zapping a little bit of his speed into that back 5. Front 7. So once you start losing momentum like that, it's really hard to get it back. Switch backside 900, and then ending this run off with a huck and flip, grabbing stalefish. So zapped of a little bit of speed up top. Unfortunately for him, that will definitely cost him.
You know, when you're representing, you're on that rookie halfpipe team, you really want to come out and get that thing solid. So you know he's a little disappointed, but going to be seeing him for a long time to come, that's for sure. Let's take a look at the replays here.
That's one of the beauties of being a rookie. You can watch us old folk just get older and older and look for your opportunity to strike. So you saw right there where all that snow chuffed up in the flat bottom. That's where he kind of lost a bunch of his speed on the double crippler. Watch as he comes around the landing. You see that snow kind of chuff up off of his heel edge, zapped a lot of his speed, and kind of forced him to go into a lower line. So unfortunately for him, losing that speed up top cost him.
Kind of makes you have to be reactionary at that point to try and finish that run. Swiss Dave coming up next. David Hablutzel up next, 25-year-old, and he is an Olympian as well. Now he had that strong showing in Sochi, that 5th place finish. Remember, Sean White was down that 4th spot, and Swiss Dave was in that 5th spot.
Also one of these riders who can go absolutely massive on his pair of doubles. And you know, like I said, it's kind of like this compulsory mid-run combo of tricks that I'd love to see get, you know, shaken up and moved around a little bit, just because I get sick of seeing the same thing.
Here we go, Hablutzel in the pipe.
But Hablutzel starting things off. Ooh, big switch method to start off his run. Into dub 10. Into front 12. I like that combo trick so far off the top. Big backside 9. And ending things off with a front 10. Dave Hablutzel, solid run, starting that off with a switch method. I thought he was going to lock up, though, up top, but somehow managed to squeak it in and combo it.
It did seem like he had a little extra take on it.
It was kind of gnarly.
So there we go, Swiss Dave. We'll see what that does for him. He's trying to get up at the top 10. Bergener in the 10th spot, gets to do 7.5. Taking a look here, right? Little like roll.
That was kind of, yeah, I almost thought that he was going to punch over the deck a little bit. But combo that into the big dub 10, landing up tall in the transition there into the front 12. It's a solid run from top to bottom. You know, now we're coming down to the end of run number 1, and judges have seen a whole bunch. They're going to put this run up against everything else that they've seen. So sometimes, you know, oftentimes when you qualify, you want to be the last dude, you know, top qualifier, so you can be the last guy to go, because it just is by nature, the scores tend to bump up all the way through.
Yeah, and that's the way that Blitz was going to look at it, because he's going to be the last guy to go. He's going to have the second and final run. He is stoked to not see where he goes, though. Do we have a score in for him yet? We're waiting for that one from the judges, and then we'll go back up to the top of the order a little bit here. We'll get the second and final runs in. Top run is the one that counts as we look for David Hablutzel, the Olympian, to get his score in on his first run out here. Second day of Dew Tour, and coming in 69.25, so 7th place. He'll get in the top 10. Danny Davis to the bubble now in 10th with that 55. So Danny Davis on the bubble. Swiss Dave, he's happy about that. Let's take a look at things. Rika Hirano, the number 1 spot. Yuta Totsuka holding down number 2. There you go, the USA flags. Taylor Gold, Chase Josie, 3 and 4. And then you come on down with Josh Bowman, Danny Davis in that 10th spot. Pat Bergener and Louis Vito, Chase Blackwell. Joey Oakes in the bottom spot, but Sean White, I'll tell you what, Todd, he's got some catch up to do. He's going to have to put things together as you look at the rest of them. But how can Sean White, can he do it? He's trying to get to the 5th Olympics for Sean White. Let's take a look.
Shaun White, he just goes huge. Shaun has changed the game with just pioneering tricks, amplitude. You got to give him credit.
Yeah, dude. He's the best half-pipe rider of all time, easily.
Going for it right now.
He's got the gloves on, he's in the ring. I think it's hard to walk away from something when you know you can still do it and you can still be the best.
His credentials from what he's accomplished over his career say it all. 3 Olympic gold medals, countless X Games medals, pretty much any other event in snowboarding that you can list, he's won it.
There's always been something about winning. It just captured me at a young age. My first Olympic event, I remember it was all about just showing and saying like, hey, I'm here. The second Olympics comes around, I show up, I don't know, I had something still to prove. The third Olympics was, why am I doing this? I needed to correct things in my life. Like all these little details to make my overall life just more positive. Once all the clutter was gone, it was like back to the basics. You know, it's my legacy. It's like this is what I want to leave behind.
Perfect. That is the run that he needed.
The meaning that had was so incredible. And this will be my last time. So this has been my life since I can remember. I'm so thankful for this sport and everything it's giving me, and just want to say thanks.
Dew Tour is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the do. Circle K. Take it easy.
It is. Indeed, here we are. Dew Tour Copper Mountain 2021 version. So stoked to see the fans out here. Brad J, Todd Richards in the booth. Second runs. Qualifier, Snowboard Superpipe, lot on the line. People trying to make that U.S. team, Todd.
Yeah, and it's no joke. Pressure cooker situation for some of these folks that are out here. You know, you've got to just make the team, and then you can relax and get yourself motivated to put down those crazy lines to take home some hardware.
Taylor Gold, looking at him, he was the third place guy. Yuto Totsuka in that second place spot. And you made a point on Ruka Hirana holding down the 86.
He's the first dude to drop. That never ever happens.
Pretty darn rare. Especially in a score that's an 86, because you know these guys are capable of 90s, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the scores are going to jump up considerably on run number 2. They always seem to. And this is just to make the big show on Sunday here.
Todd, do you feel like that's changed over the years?
What's
like
up?
having that one run mentality in your mind for the 2 opportunities, and now that the progression's so gnarly that you have to have more runs in your mind?
Well, look,
has that changed?
Considering that you can do a frontside 1260 right now and end up in like 9th, yeah, like it's completely the whole thing is flipped on its head. Progression is just out of control. It's unfathomable. If you had told me back in 1994 what was going to happen, I'd be like, oh,
no, it's not.
You're crazy.
They're going to make pipe dragons. They're going to have all kinds of weird stuff going on. Ruka Hirano now. He's 19 years old. What does Ruka have to do right now in the top spot with 86?
That's that same run. If he does that same run again, he's going to get a bigger score just by virtue of the way that this goes,
So you're on the cleanup mode is what you're on.
Yeah, you're on cleanup mode, and he starts this run off super clean. He can just go a little bit bigger. I don't know. You can always go bigger, Brad.
Oh, definitely. When you're talking to Ruka Hirano, you can. Here we go. Ruka Hirano, second and final run, currently in first. Here we go.
Here he comes. Switch backside into this first hit. You see the windup right there. Switch backside tail grab 10. That is nuts. Into the backside 900. And just by altering where your hand touches your board on some of these grabs can completely change up the way that you rotate through the air. And that, just talking about that first hit, that tail grab, and that alley-oop Indy 540. Hey, thanks everybody. Thanks for coming. I'm just going to come out here and decimate this half pipe.
It was almost like it was a practice run for Ruka.
They're just, I really truly believe that the Japanese team, it's always been one of the most fun places to go on the planet to go snowboarding, and the Japanese have figured out the matrix. They know how to do it now. They've tapped into it, and they can, go switch backside equally as well as going regular. And it is just so crazy to see the combos, the lines they put down, and the ease of which they do them.
And you said it too. What, 4 years ago? 5 is about when we really started to see the step up.
Yeah. And just since then, it has just been non-stop progression in every contest.
And it puts pressure on all the other countries to deliver too as well. It puts pressure on the U.S., where supposedly this is where it all started. 87.75, that's going to be the score. So he does do that. He adds a 1.75 onto that.
You got to remember, though, that you've got other people that are coming down this pipe here that are really good at forming a strategy, and they do not like to be, not putting down what they know they can put down.
Andre Hoflick will have his opportunity right now. He is in the 8th spot. A decent score of a 66.5. Don't think that holds up through second runs for a top 10 finish. So if you're Hoflick here, obviously you want to try and get up there, maybe mid-70s to high 70s if you can.
Hey, giant high five to the crew here at Copper. The guys at Woodward here put an incredible part together all year long. But for them to put this super pipe together, in the beginning of the season here in Summit County, it was basically just dry as dry gets. And for them to blow a pipe of this size and this caliber is unreal. So, high five, guys.
Yeah, they definitely had their work cut out for it, but that's Copper. They know how to get it done. That's why we have so many events here, because of how fun it is to be out there. Here we go. Next up, Andre Hoflick, second run in 8th with a 66.5.
Here we go. Goofy-footed rider coming in switch into his first hit. Switch method, snapping that way out above the lip. Into that double 1080, getting a good pump off of that. Wild front side 1260. And there's that back 9. So very similar to the run that he did on his first pass through, ending things off with a very solid front dub 10.
And with the front dub 10 at the end, he still had lots of height. So he's kept his speed through that entire run. Didn't lose any. It needed to be solid. He's just trying to add some more digits to that 66.5. Checking the replay here.
Look at this switch method. He did one of those last year at the World Cup in Aspen that just had me freaking out. It was so huge. And then into the doubles, and then into this wildly snapped into frontside 1260, grabbing slob, holding onto it the entire way around, and then just putting it down so tight to the coping.
His last wall.
Backside 9er, and then just ending things off with the dub 10, just to put a cap or a little icing on the cake.
That could definitely be an improvement for Andre. Where does he go now? Trying to increase that 66.5 to get up there. The Blitzel's above him with a 69 2.25. So those guys are close between 7th and 8th. But now do the judges have to compare his run 1 with his run number 2 to find that score. And that should be a better one. Yeah, 85. So he's happy about that. He's going to go the number 2 spot, and that's going to bump everyone down just a touch.
I can't stress how important it is for these riders to end their runs with a big move right in front of the judges. You know, you have to start strong, you got to end strong.
It's the last thing you do that people remember you by. Okay? So you could do good all day long, but it's the last thing you do that they're going to remember you by.
That's right.
Is that right?
Yep. Absolutely.
All right.
I can't remember the last thing I did. I'm absolutely just screwed.
Here goes Josh Bowman right now, 56.5 in 9th, second and final run.
Here he goes, kind of 180ing in to set this up with a nice switch backside air to start off his run. Into a big double, opens up kind of early. That could have gone one of 2 ways. I'm glad that he landed it front side, tall guy 1260, backside 720. Sets him up, switch, backside 360.
Oh, that's cool. You don't even see that.
No, you don't see. I'm not sure that's what he meant to do, but it looked really good.
Slash at the end. Josh Bowman, 56.5. Look at the second hit from Bowman here.
Watch as he opens up on this one.
Wow, right there.
Just kind of comes out of it, and sometimes that can, you know, carry your momentum into another half flip. And doing half flips in the half pipe, not good. Not good for you at all. And then coming down here at the bottom, slow rotated, backside 720. Whoa. Into this right here. Switch backside 360. Kind of got Jack in the Boxed a little bit out of the lip there. You know, wasn't really ready for that pop straight up. I think he was expecting to carry a little bit more momentum. Did you get Jack in the Boxed on that one? Just, a little bit. Okay, there you go. See?
56.5, so he keeps that one. Run 2 is not going to be better for Bowman, so he's going to have to just see if that holds up. Nail-biting time for him. That's going to be tough for that 56.5 to hold up. A lot of talented riders that are outside of the 10 right now. Kaishu Hirano, he is coming up next, and he is one of those guys we're talking about. 23.5 is where he's sitting. He needs one solid here to make it happen. What's he need to do? Land his run?
Well, obviously, Brad,
okay,
we would like to see everyone land their runs. Yep. But, you know, you're talking about, you've got to, if you're going to do a switch trick, you got to do it big. You know, if you're going to do the back-to-back 1080s, you got to land them high, and you got to hold on to them the entire way. Basically, all your combos have to be solid. Here we go. First hit. Boom. Big method air. Starting his run off. Into a big 10. Now, we saw him on run number 1 kind of lose a little momentum right around here. There's a double edge check. That's going to suck his speed up as well. So kind of falling into the same pattern he had on run number 1. Tries to go for that dub 12 with absolutely zero momentum, but somehow gets it done. But hey, look, let's just focus on things that were awesome in that run, and that was that method air off the first hit. The big backside air, punching that back leg out, twisting his body.
Yeah, so styles for miles too for the 19-year-old.
And there's, you know, getting into that tucked position. So you can roll it over twice for the double 1080. Committing to that second spin, but when he landed that one, he went from his toes to his heels, back to his toes again. And that's not good when you're trying to keep your momentum up. Right there, heels,
right there,
toes. You don't want to be double checking in there. And then there's this that frontside crippler, and then try to somehow manifest a dub back 12.
So unfortunately, that's going to do it right there for Kaishu Hirano. And he'll look to
okay, you're good
qualifier
to go.
coming up in Mammoth. Now as we go back up top, next up, now we got Lucas Foster, a U.S. halfpipe team member, and he's been doing some good things, man. He was 6th out there in Aspen, 11th in Copper. So here we go. Lucas Foster, U.S. halfpipe team member, second and final run.
Coming straight out of Longmont, front ranger. Big Indy 5 to start off his run. Into a drifting frontside 1080 tail grab. Straight into that double 1080. So solid run up top, looking much better than he was in run number 1. There's that front 12, landing deep in the trough, holding on to it, into a double 12. Somehow stays up, but did make a little bit of a mistake there in his landing. But oh man, that run was going so well.
Lucas Foster. That could have been so solid right there if he could have just got that last one in.
There's JJ Thomas. Nice shot of him picking his nose. He's going to love that.
Buddy. You got it all warmed up.
But if you want someone to be your coach, I'm going to say J.J. Thomas. He has the perfect demeanor. He's been in all the biggest start gates in the world.
Part of that USA sweep in 2002.
Look at that Indy 5. Grabbing tuck knee, too. I love that. So casual. And then look how many sheets of plywood he traverses on that giant front 10 tail grab. Look at that. Just lots of drift down the pipe on that.
Lance manual.
So good. And then tries to snap into this melon dub 12 and just kind of checks it right there on the landing, unfortunately for him. I mean, that was going so well. A lot of air time. You see the wind up right there. Clutching melon to try to get it around and stay small. It just kind of lands on his butt.
Another 90 degrees.
But he's got it, man. I mean, this kid is the future of half-pipe riding for the U.S.
Yeah. He's also 22 years old as we look for another. Chase Blackwell coming up now. Apparently in that 13th spot, had that 40.5. This is the time for Chase Blackwell. He's in the hunt trying to make the U.S. team. Here he goes, second and final run for Chase.
Chase carrying a lot of momentum into hit number 1. Straight into a big 12. Oh, and washes on his heels in the bottom of the transition. What a bummer. So we got J.J. Thomas up there, as we were just talking about. It's his job to hand out the high fives and the hugs, the motivation. So what do you do here? Like, you got J.J. Thomas, you're Taylor Gold, you're already sitting in 4th. This is a question that I have. Is Taylor's looking good right now? I would love to see him just play with this run a little bit. But at the same time, you don't want to get Tom Brokaw before the finals. So
there I was going there. Exactly. You want to just it's either am I happy with the 81.25, I'm going to go to the finals, or am I going to try and improve on that? We'll find out right now. Here we go. Second final run. T Gold.
Taylor Gold is going to drop into this big McTwist right here. Being able to watch that landing the entire time into the front 12. Will this be the double chuck 1080?
Oh, he's doing it.
Nope, just a casual double chuck. There's that melon fakie again, and then same run. Maybe one more hit? Nope, he's out of there, but just cleaner than it was run number 1. That is called the qualifier run, doing what is needed to make it into the final.
Not a bad idea, Todd. I mean, you just keep working on that qualifier run, you're in. Then you lock it in again on a second attempt.
Yeah, you learn that after a bunch of mistakes. It's the only way that you figure that whole theory out. But look at this 540, able to watch that the whole time. That is a completely different style of doing the backside 5 in the pipe. You either have that style or you don't. And I think that McTwist style is kind of more based on like a front flip as opposed to like kind of rolling down the, dropping it over the front shoulder. And there's that melon fakie drifting a full line in the pipe, probably about 30 feet down into that 1080, reaching through with that backhand.
I like how he just bones out that front leg on that too.
So once you get that run kind of going, it's kind of easier to build off that. And he bumped up by about a 0.25, so he's right in that ballpark of where he needs to be, but he's got more ammunition for that run.
He does, and that's what we're seeing with a lot of these competitors. There you go, seeing those American flags with that Taylor Gold in that 4th spot. So he remains right there, and then you start looking at the flags as they get down there. Bowman in the 9th, Danny Davis 10th, and then you see Chase and the rest of them all need to play catch up and get up in that top 10, because when it's all said and done, that's where you got to be. The first thing to do, you got to make the finals, and especially if you're Team USA. And now we take a look at our next rider.
Look at all the stickers on their jackets. Japanese has got a lot of sponsors.
That's a lot of sponsorship.
They may or may not have sold the windshield, but hey.
You got to be able to see.
He's got a safety vest on too, which is good because safety first. You know what I'm saying?
He's working with the park crew later. Here we go. Doing I right now, drop it in. Second and final run. Japanese rider.
Dropping into this first hit. Slow rotated front side 900. There's that alley-oop 720 washout, and that's when we were talking about it earlier, how difficult that is for that trick to keep momentum up, but unfortunately for him, isn't able to match the transition on the last rotation of it. Little front side alley-oop at the bottom.
Stylish.
So that'll do it for his run at making the finals. Straight back up, though.
And now we'll take a look at Chase Josie up next. Currently in the 5th spot right now. He's trying to get a podium spot for that man right there to get him a cinch on the team.
He's in a solid position right now. I wouldn't say, like, no one's comfortable. There's so many people on this list who've made mistakes on run number 1 that we can easily jumble this thing up.
Here we go. Chase Josie, second and final run for Chase, currently in 5th.
Chase hit number 1, dub 10, same as run number 1, landing a little bit low. There's that switch 9 into the switch back 900. Similar to run number 1. Getting some more momentum going. Big 10, and then into that front 12 to end that runoff. Yeah. There we go. J.J. Thomas is happy.
Well, you want to make Coach happy. That's the number 1 thing first. Coach has got to be happy.
Make Coach happy. So solid run.
Check the boxes.
Tick all the boxes. Land run, make Coach happy.
Taking a look at Chase here, currently in 5th. Does he improve?
Stale dub 10 to start off his run. Landed a little bit low on that, but was able to kind of get back online here. There's the switch 900 melon. Switch melon grab comes around, then into the switch backside 900 that he can easily turn into a switch backside 1080 when the time calls for it. And then kind of gets a little squirt of power out of that, straight into probably one of the biggest moves he did in his whole run, that big dub 10 at the bottom. Switching up his hands through the grab. Switching up his hands through the trick, double grabbing it, and then into that 12 at the bottom.
Okay, well, let's see where he goes. 79.25, his first run score for Chase Josie. Trying to just add a couple more digits, get a little breathing room. That's what you want.
Yep.
You want to be up there just a little bit higher because you got a lot of guys still in that outside the 10 spot.
Just getting my throat lubricated. I'm starting to sound like you, Brad.
There you go, Todd. Chase Josie waiting for that score. There we go. Coming in, 82.5. So he's done.
There we go.
He's moved up 1 notch from 5 to 4.
And it's by virtue of the combo line and keeping it strong at the end. I think the judges really are paying attention to how well and how clean you end your run.
Well, there's no doubt about it. So that's called cleaning up the run indeed for him. So he's going to go into that 4 spot. Still Danny Davis on the 10 spot. No changes in the bubble. That's going to be a 55. Davis coming up in a couple more riders as we're looking at those stats. But the guy that I want to see is Valentino Guselli.
Yeah.
I'm ready to see that again.
He's got that solid switch method to start off his run.
Is he tall? Is he like 6'2" or something? What the heck? He's like a pretty big dude. Here we go. Pumping the chest.
Any time that you punch your chest before you drop in, you know that there's business coming on hit number 1. Boom. Big switch method. Super clean. Straight into the super slow rotated 10. Big front 12, landing in the bottom of the transition, somehow able to hold on to it into that 9, and then just one more hit to end things off. Big double 10. Solid run, top to bottom. I'm curious where the judges, if they're going to dock him, you know.
Oh, he's 16 years old.
Yeah.
He's a man-child.
He's still growing.
He's still got some more to go. Who's our rival? So much respect between these riders.
I mean, for sure. These guys, this is the traveling circus. These guys see the world together. They through ups and downs. But look at this switch method to start things off. Gets that right there. And then into this dub. Really slow rotated. I like how he doesn't really take that back arm and tuck it under his butt. It's like when you can kind of let it hang out there, it means that you've got total control over that trick, and you don't need to turn it into a flying meatball to make it come around.
He's got long arms.
He does have long arms. His arms are longer than Louis Vito. Yeah. And then at the end of this run here,
twice
landing off with that 1080. So run number 2.
Ooh, so he's going to get
7.
Yeah. So he improves right there. Nicely done. So he's got 7 spot. Adding 5 more points to that. And then some. Now we'll go to Ayumu Hirano up next, and he's in the 6th spot. He's the guy go the number 1 spot.
Dude, he is such a lowercase G.
Yeah.
This kid is so low-key, rolls through the flat bottom like someone just ran over his dog. He just looks like just kind of bummed between the walls, but my gosh, is he able to just really put it together as soon as that board leaves the lip.
Back-to-back silver medals for 2 Olympic competitions for this man right here. Here he is, Ayumu Hirano, dropping in 2nd and final opportunity.
Casual destruction of this half. Oh my gosh, front 14.
How clean was that?
Hello. Back-to-back 14s. Okay, that's what we're playing.
Okay.
Arched out 540. I'm still recovering from the back-to-back 14s up top because that was heavy. Into front 12. Thank you for playing, everybody else. Thank you for coming.
Ayumu Hirano has just entered the building. Oh my goodness.
Hey, Danny, no pressure, but you got to follow that up. A pair of 14s up top.
Oh my.
That casual.
Yeah, the style, the cash style.
Look at this. Grabs tight tuck knee, grabs a mute, tight tuck knee, comes around on that solid on the front, and then actually that was a slob, and then here's the mirror image of it right here. Comes around perfectly on the back-to-back 14s.
Everything's effortless for this man.
And then look at this right here. Kind of just grabs like old school slob and really like tweaks out that front 5 into the back 9 and then into this front 12. Look at that right there. Kind of just grabs old school slob and kicks it out, kicks that tail out, really hooking it. There's that back 9.
It's got that 90s street skater look too.
I know, it's like Tom Penny. G'd out like Tom Penny rolling through this half pipe.
43 mil wheels. A 94 for Ayumu Hirano.
Check, please.
All right, so that's going to change things. That's our first score that we've seen in the 90s, and Ayumu Hirano has just rocked the house with that.
He just had to do it, didn't he? You had to do it.
And why did he have to look so smooth at everything he did in that run?
All right, let's re-rack and focus here.
All right, Danny Davis now. He's in that 10th spot on the bubble. Can he stay in that top 10 conversation, Todd?
Danny needs to jump into his favorite era of music, the 70s.
Here we go. Double D, Danny Davis, 2nd run.
Back 3 Indy, super poked and tuck knee into the switch method. Late on the tweak out on that one. D Davis, one of my favorite combos so far that we've seen into a 1080. Yeah, folks, he can still spin. He's not just all about being a hippie in the backcountry. Front 9, into the drop shoulder McTwist, into the front 10. Danny Davis, ladies and gentlemen. The family likes it. Yeah. He's out here, just recently married. He's all grown up now.
Where does the time go?
Where does it go? I mean, he's got to get these runs in because pretty soon Marge is going to have him locked up with kids, and he's not going to be allowed to leave the house for a solid 2 years.
He's going to be changing diapers in
That's
no time.
right. Sleep now, Danny, I'm telling you. Here we go. Method air, late tweak out on the switch method. Setting him up perfectly for this 1080. Grab an Indian. I like the way he spins that rotation around. He like kind of picks up momentum as he goes through it. And here we go, that drop shoulder McTwist style that Danny Davis does. He's one of the few in the planet that can make that happen. Tail grab front 10.
Count it.
Count it. Here's another look at it. Front side 1080 tail grab. And he lands that run smooth. Danny Davis.
That looks like a better run than run number 1 for Danny Davis to see if mom and dad liked. So let's see if the judges liked it. Okay? Let's go for Danny Davis, waiting for that to come in. Does he stay in the 10th spot? Has he improved? He does.
9th.
60.75 into the 9th place.
You know, he does like music from the 60s as well.
He does.
You know.
He's a huge Deadhead fan, that's for sure. Well, there you go. Danny Davis out of Highland, Michigan, 23 years old.
Great. People still listen to the Grateful Dead?
I think they do. There's some shows on it. Jan Scherer now. 2nd run for Jan. Way down there in 22nd, Todd.
Yeah, Jan had a really good run going. Starting things off, grab backside 900. Don't see a lot of people doing that trick as well as he does. Big front 10. Jan into the double 10, the combo right there. Now towards the bottom of the pipe. Big front 12, looking a lot smoother than run number 1. Alley-oop 540 stale. Very nice, Jan. Solid run.
Well, that could be trouble for Josh Bowman, who's in that 10th spot, 56.5. I think he might have just got bumped out with Jan Scher's second and final run. And Jan, what, second at Copper just last weekend, so he's digging the pipe.
I love the back 9 on the first hit. But there's some other cool stuff going on here. There's a pair of dub 10s. I like the way he opens up and you can watch that landing come up. And he gets done with that trick before clearing the lip. And that's so important if you want to land high on that wall and get a good pump out of it. You see a lot of people kind of landing their dubs below the lip. You want to finish that trick and be able to spot it and then come in. Look at this front 12.
So you're saying finish that rotation above that lip.
Yeah, that's the way you get it done clean, and then you're able to spot what's going on.
Yeah.
There's that alley-oop frontside stalefish 5. And that was a 3 claim right there. You had the ching, the cash register, the double punch, and then also the air punch at the end. That's when you know you've done a good run. You can claim it 3 times coming across the finish line.
Jan Scher is a 2-time Olympian. He knows the claims. He's been at this for a little while now. So he's trying to get up in the top 10. Josh Bowman in that 10th spot, 56.5. Jan Scher trying to climb that. Got to be in the top 10. Solid in this very pipe last week. 2nd place finish at the Grand Prix. So he loves this copper pipe.
Yeah, and that back 9 off the first hit was so sick. So slow. I love it.
The judges taking their time. Josh Bowman, you're definitely watching this one, because you might say,
yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there you go. So 80.75, that's going to do it for Josh Bowman. Will get bumped out of the top 10. Danny Davis will now go to the bubble with that 60.75. And Jan Scher has done it in the top 7 right now, 7th spot, holding the 80.75.
Yeah, that 10th position right now, I'm sorry, Danny, but we have some heavy hitters yet to come down this pipe. As much as I would love to see you in this final, I think it's going to be hard to hold on to that if some of these other humans can hold on to their runs and put them down the way we expect them to.
You got 9 more riders to go here to upset the balance in our top 10. Danny Davis, he's going to watch being on that bubble and pay attention to what's going on here.
The hot seat. You know, I was at an actual contest once in Japan where they had a hot seat and you sat on the hot seat.
That's not a bad thing. I think doesn't the NFL?
No, it's stressful as all get out. They put you in a chair at the bottom of the pipe and basically you're about to get bumped the whole time.
Yeah, the hot seat, it kind of could be frustrating, I think.
It was also red.
Hence the hot seat. Maybe that's how it started.
The hot seat. Here we go. Derek Livingston coming out of Canada, dropping in for his 2nd attempt here to make this final. Starting things off front 12, a little bit of a scrub in that landing. Kind of a double grab on the back 3, just trying to get the composure back. Switch backside 900. Oh,
yeah.
Washing out in the flats.
Frontside tail. All right, well, right now we got our man DC down in the mix right now, standing by with Danny Davis. DC, what's going on with DD?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, hanging out down here, as you said. Danny Davis in the house, and so many people are so hyped to have you out here in the house, and beautiful riding put on display. I want to talk about, it was a few years ago when you were riding the Easy Living with the Jimi Hendrix graphic on the base that I think you brought the switch method back into your repertoire. And we saw 4 other athletes employing the switch method out here. How's that make you feel seeing your riding just giving so many people inspiration?
Oh, I love to see it, but you know, it was JJ Thomas at one point doing switch methods. I think Elijah Teeter was doing them back in the day. Ross was always doing switchback 3s and stuff, so you can't really take credit, you know. It's these guys have been doing it forever, and maybe we brought it back a little bit, but it's good to see it here in 2021. It's a beautiful trick.
It is a beautiful trick, and you do it oh so well. So thank you so much for inspiring so many other riders. And great riding, 2 amazing runs from you today. I heard you say you liked the hand plant better from the first run, but how are you feeling after those 2 runs?
Yeah, it was good. It was fun. It's fun to be back in the half pipe, fun to be back at Dew Tour, competing, seeing all the friendly faces. Another Olympic qualifier here, so there's a lot of hammers going down. Ayumu just laced back-to-back 14s. Andre Hoflick's riding beautifully. There's tons of good riding going on, so it's fun to be in it and to be a spectator.
Right on. Well, thank you very much. Much respect always, and congratulations on tying the knot.
Hey, thank you very much.
Hey, thanks, DC. I just got to point out. D. Davis. That frontal he did on run number 1 was so sick. I can't wait to see what's to come from him. We got Peace Park coming up. I can't wait to be a part of that.
It's just awesome.
A lot of stuff is happening besides this whole thing over in China.
Oh, there is things besides that.
Yeah. There's other stuff going on in snowboarding.
We tend to focus on that during Olympic years, so it kind of takes you out of your game plan. Shaun White in the 17th spot, Joey Oakes at 18th. They're looking to try and battle up there, and that would mean trouble for Danny Davis in that 10th spot that we just heard from with DC. And now we go Pat Bergener. Here we go. Second and final run for Pat.
Pat Bergener. Switch backside. Starting things off, switch back 7. Into the off axis. Backside 540. Right there. The front side 1080 into the dub 10. And remember, run number 1, he kind of hurt himself a little bit on this trick there. And front 12 standing tall on that.
You know, he played out there at the Youth Olympics in Lausanne when I was out there, and his band performed, and there were so many women at that show. I think it was like a women's only show, and he just was.
What are you trying to say? Ladies like a performer?
He was crooning. It was what he was doing. He was a crooner.
Look at this, the off-axis backside 540, kind of not really a Michael Chuck. Peter Line was really the first person to do that trick in the pipe and kind of take it over, you know, from what Michael Chuck did, more backflip based to a more flat spinning based. I like that. It's kind of bringing it back a little bit. And then there's that dub straight into the front 12. Oh wait, where are we here? Yeah, that's that front 12. Watch how tall he stands when he lands that. Able to get that and ride away super clean.
Here's the look right here.
Grabs front side on that and stands up super tall on the ride away, nice and clean.
It'll be tough for that to get up in there. So Judd's giving a 55.5, so Bergener will be in that 12th spot. You see the frustration on him as he will go get a sled right back up. Now we're going to look to Louis Vito. Luigi, apparently in that 13th spot, the Olympian 3-time Dew Tour winner too as well. Here we go, Louis Vito dropping in for his second and final run here.
LV wants to get it done here on run number 2. Starting things off, front 12, perfect landing. Backside 9 tail grab. Straight into a pair of dubs. There's the first. Here comes the second right here. Gets that. He could literally do that off a mogul, but lands kind of just hard at the bottom. Kind of sends him on his heels.
Felt like that could have been much worse.
Yeah, just getting back to what I said, like Louis so strong. He can do those dubs basically off of a small transition in the snowboard park.
Wasn't it 5 in a row dubs that he did in a run before?
Probably.
I just feel like he's done 5 in a row.
Look at this right here, frontside 1260. He just kind of put that one in the bag very recently, and he can do it so solid now. That's the thing with Louis. Once he learns a trick, it's in there. It is locked into his, his trick bag. Here's the first dub. Comes around on that, nails it, and then sets himself up for the second dub. Watch as he comes in for this landing. Just kind of lands hard and bucks him off of his line. His heels catch. Let's send down to DC. He's gonna have a word with my little bro, Louis Vito.
Yep.
Thanks, guys. This dude's very good on the microphone. Louis Vito. Good to see you saving yourself after that fall. But how's it working with Team Italy?
Oh, it's been great, but I'm really stoked to be working with Brett Esther and Ben Boyd. That's really the squad I got, and fortunate for that. I'm happy to be back. Last week was a little rough, but I love contests, so why stop?
Well, we love seeing you in the contest, so don't stop. Please don't ever just stop. Love it. Don't stop believing, brother.
Thank you.
I thought he was going to break into song for a second there. It was a perfect opportunity. Look to Joey Elkison up next. Now this guy can get it done. He's down in the 18th spot. He's just looking to knock Danny Davis's 60.75 down. And I tell you what, he can definitely do it. He had a battle with Shaun White last week in this very pipe in the qualifiers and almost took down the great Shaun White. Here we go. Next up, Joey Elkison dropping in. 19 years old, regular foot rider.
Straight out of CT, coming out of Connecticut. Dropping into that big double up and over, the double crippler on the first hit. Starting this run off really strong, much better than his first run. There's the 1080. So he's got a great beginning to this run. He just needs to end this with a big bang. Front slow rotated 9, much better than run number 1.
Now he is pretty darn pumped with it, but do you think that's, I mean, does that enough to put him in that spot, in that top 10 conversation right now? I mean, it's a 60.75 top.
You never know. But, you know, the big thing is like this is the future of half-pipe competition for the U.S. And you know, all it takes is a season for you to really all of a sudden downshift and then really cover some ground.
Now we'll take our attention back up top.
Well, we're going to look at the replays first. Here's the double crippler. Double up and over off the first hit. And then straight into this back 12. Grabbing Stalefish, puts that down. Solid run. There's the front 10 lean grab. There's the double. You can see how that back arm, remember I was talking about, tucking that underneath you.
Yeah.
He doesn't really do it there, and that's great. I like to see that. I like to see that, like that second arm. If it's not necessary for you to tuck it under your butt and hold onto your board, it means that you kind of have more control.
And you can see it too. Let's see what that goes for Joey Oakstead, trying to get up in that top 10 right now. Danny Davis in the 10th spot coming up. Got Sean White, Ryan Wackendorfer still to come. See where that goes.
Let's go.
Joey waiting. Can he get up in the top 10? Yes, he can. 71. So he's going to go to the 9th spot with that one. That's going to bump Danny Davis in the 11th spot, and that's going to put Swiss David Hablitzel, Todd, in that 10th spot. And then this guy, the familiar face, Sean White. What is he going to need to do here, Todd?
You know, at this point, Sean just needs to play to his strengths. He can go huge. He's got all these tricks on lock. He kind of just overcooked the dub 12, double McTwist 1260 down here at the bottom. Just needs to clean it up.
Well, here we go. Sean White, second and final opportunity to get in that top 10. On the outside looking in for Sean.
Sean is definitely someone that thrives off of pressure. Big double 1080 to start the run into the second double 1080. Here's the setup trick. Much cleaner than run number 1. Double McTwist 1260 puts that down clean. Front, actually, alley-oop 5 right there. No hands down.
I like that. He made sure that hand was not down.
Double to Jake. He's like,
JJ.
Ooh.
Oh my God. JJ just aged 5 years, Todd.
I know, right? Come on. Ready, bud.
And he's still got to focus because he's got
right now. Sean's looking to make it into that final. He's stoked he put that one down. No one else does the double McTwist 1260 the way he does. He made up that trick. He was the one that showed the world that that is possible. No one does it like him.
Let's take another look and relive the highlights here of this run.
Here we go. Front, dub 10, hit number 1. Grabs Stalefish, muckles onto it, holds on all the way through. Lands tall, snaps into the second, grabs Melon. Mirror image of the first trick he did, lands that. Frontside 5, this was the big determiner. The frontside Stalefish 540, able to watch the entire rotation, sets it down tighter to the top of the lip, and then snaps it into the double McTwist 1260. Right there, you can see his eyeballs seeing I'm landing much higher, way better pump, snaps into it, holds on to it, comes around perfectly. I don't know if I can't tell just by how dark his hand is, how long he held onto it, and then does the alley-oop 540 and make sure to keep that hand out of the snow. Hi-ya! Ooh, slow-mo is the ultimate truth teller. So
picking up some loose change.
Question is.
Oh, this has got to put him in there. This has got to put him.
Where though? Where is it going to put him?
Yeah. Oh, look at this. There you go, 85.75. Sean White into 3rd place. Let's see if we can get a word with it. Let's send it down to DC and get a word with Sean White. Sean.
Thanks, guys. Hanging out down here with the man, Sean White, making us sweat it out there. How's that feel putting that second run down?
Oh, it felt amazing. Trust me, I was sweating too. I really wanted that first run, and I think it just came in too hot on that front 5, landed flat, and just messed up on the double McTwist, but that one all came together. I'm so happy.
What did JJ have to say at the top before you dropped in for that second run?
He was just basically said, keep it clean and big and just land. So I'm stoked to put it in and see y'all for finals.
All right, well, congratulations. Clean and big indeed. Shaun White, let's hear it for him.
Hey, Brad, you think coaching pays more than this? Because I think I said that too. I could just bounce my way into being a coach.
Look, I'll tell you what. It depends on who you're coaching. If you're coaching Shaun White, yeah, I think it does pay more than this.
Yeah, look at this right here. There's that setup, the 1080, and he was paying attention to this trick. Watch the eyeballs, eyeing the lip the entire time. Gets a way more powerful pump. Watch it. This is great. He's spotting it, lands tight to the top of the lip, able to get a gorilla pump out of that, and snaps into this double McTwist 12. And there it is. That is the hallelujah.
That is pressure off, wobbly legs.
It's harder to make the team than it is to perform once you get over there. So big relief for Shaun White.
I mean, but you guess I think if he doesn't make the finals and he falls on that run, that puts all the pressure on Shaun in Mammoth in a couple weeks. That's something that he doesn't want to have to deal with.
Yeah.
He wants to take care of it here. It'd be nice to know going into Mammoth that you're going to represent. And it looks like that could happen, but it's all unofficial. It's Ryan Walkendorfer. He's looking to try and do the same thing for him. Here we go, down in 20th place, second run for Ryan. Can he do it?
Here comes, starting his run off with that double 10 set up for the pair of 10, the compulsory back-to-back 10s. There are some figure skating. Oh my gosh, Wackendorfer almost just died on that. We're gonna have a look at that after. But he kind of bounced off of that trick into the front 12, keeps that hand up. But when we watch the replays, he kind of bounced off of the lip. That was hairball.
That'll make you nervous right there.
Yeah, that was definitely one of those very subtle moves here that, if you've been in a jersey, watch the contact with the lip as he comes in. That is to back truck, okay? No one does front 900s to back truck and lives to tell the tale. Here we go, right here.
The back truck, right?
Pink. Yeah, that's not good. He left his hand up there on top of the lip. You got lucky, Ryan. That was that could have gone.
You break a truck doing that.
Yeah, you could break your truck right off
easily.
Walking over, how scary was that? That's pretty scary. That's sketchy too.
Yeah,
but you made it, and you're down here. You're smiling.
Yeah. In one piece. All right, waiting for that score to come in, trying to crack the top 10. Joey Okelson, he's on that 10th. That's the bubble score, 71 now. So we've seen that bubble score climb up, and we figured it'd be around that.
That's going to be a good score. He kind of a little bit of hot hands on the landing of that front 12 at the bottom, but other than that, I mean, that run was clean.
Right. So above a 71, a 71.25 would put him in that top 10, put him on the bubble right there. So Joey Okelson, he's going to watch this too because he's the guy that's in that 10th spot. Valentino in that spot above him. Score coming in. Nah, not going to do it. So 15th place for Ryan Walkendorfer right there. So he'll look to Mammoth for another opportunity to try and make that U.S. team as we move to Yuto Totsuka, who is currently in 5th. And that means he's going to be in no matter what. So he's already made it into the finals right now.
Yeah, so that puts him in a great position to show us what he is capable of. And I think, when we're looking at guys like Ayumu throwing down back-to-back 14s, Ayumu wants to show, Yuto wants to show what he is capable of as well. Here we go, switch backside into this first hit. Giant switchback 9 set up into 10 double grab. Nose to tail, front 12, solid, backside 900, and then down here at the bottom, front 14,
wow.
Standing tall on that. Yet another 14 done like it ain't no thing.
And you feel like, with some of the Japanese riders, like even if they're already in the top 5, like, I'm still going to clean my run up before, I'm still going to do something,
sure.
I'm still going to try and get up there. No one is taking like the victory lap or I'm comfortable with that first run.
No.
Not Team Japan.
No. Absolutely not. So here we go. Switch backside. Comes around. Very clean. And then straight into this, the tip to tail, 1080. Yeah, this run was clean from top to bottom. There's that 900. And it down here at the bottom. Just front 14, super casual landing.
The old exclamation point, we call that for sure. Right at the end, the 14, stomping at Yuto. Where does Yuto go? We have 3 more riders to come up. Toby Miller, Jack Coyne, and David Blitzel all on the way. And if you're looking at those guys, Toby's on the outside, Jack trying to get in, Blitzel trying to get in too as well.
Just a reminder, we're jumping straight into men's slopestyle right after this. You get to leave. I have to continue to talk. And as the day goes on, my voice will become closer and closer to yours.
It's a tenor trying to be a baritone my whole life. 86.75. So 3rd place. So now the pressure goes on Toby Miller. And we talked to Toby about the pressure on those runs.
To put down the perfect competition run, it takes a great combination of focus, drive, but you got to also have fun with it. I mean, you're going to ride your best when you're having fun, but these tricks are big, they're scary, and they take a lot of focus.
Well, you know, he talks about the pressure. Well, the pressure is on him now. So Toby Miller in his, he's competing in his 2nd qualifier. Mammoth will be the last one. So Toby really, really right now needs to look at that 71, and he's got to get above a 71. And sometimes he doesn't need to go as big as he goes.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if he kind of re-racks his line here.
Well, here we go. Toby Miller, 2nd and final opportunity.
Front 10, starting this off. It'll be hit number 3. We may see just a front 12. He doesn't need 14, but he's going to do it anyways, and pays the fiddler. But you know what? He's pushing it. He's pushing himself. Yep. He's pushing the limits of pipe riding. So you can't be bummed on progression, man.
No. But you also think that that's what happened to him in here at Copper last week too. The same thing. I could have scaled down off that 14 and maybe went for something else. Easy for us to say in the booth, but you know, you're trying to beat a 71 and you're at the bottom. There's only 2 more guys below you.
Yeah, but
so 75 does it for you.
The thing is, I mean, look, not making a cut is a great motivator, and you're seeing Sean White right there. I mean, it was for him. He did, like last weekend, he didn't have the result that he wanted. He didn't have the first run that he wanted, and some people can take that frustration and channel it straight into energy and motivation.
Well, here we go. Jack Coyne, member of the rookie halfpipe team for the U.S.
Coming out of Edwards, Colorado, just south of the, excuse me, where are we? West of Vail? Yeah, there we go. Then dropping in here to the double 10 on that rookie team for Team USA. Switch backside 900 to end off that run.
And Jack Coyne, 19 years old. So he's pretty pumped on that. That looks like the run that he was looking to get one in. Feel good. I mean, is that how it starts for you when you're moving your way up the ranks? Yeah,
you've just got to get a foothold, man. You got to basically get a foothold, put the time, put the effort in, and it will just click. I think about how young these kids are. I didn't even start snowboarding until I was 16.
There wasn't the opportunity.
No, there wasn't the opportunity, but like it just shows you don't really hit your stride until like you're 20 as far as like your brain and your body working in sync.
Indeed. So let's see what Coyne, Jack Coyne down there, 21st spot.
A lot more years for these youngsters.
So 18th, we'll see more out of him. Jack Coyne in the future. Now David Blitzel coming up. So that means everybody is safe and 9 through the number 1 spot.
15 seconds.
But David Hablutzel right now is on the outside looking in. He's looking to bump. So this is a big pressure run for this kid right here. Coming out of Switzerland. He's got to put it down. Run number 1 was good. He needs to just put a little bit more cinnamon on this to turn it into a $7 latte. Does that make sense? I don't know. That was the weirdest analogy ever I've had of snowboarding, but I'm delirious. I'm cold in here. Okay?
Maybe some cinnamon on there?
I don't know. Put some cinnamon on it. If that's what you're into. Turmeric? People like turmeric now, right?
People love turmeric.
God, that'll stain a counter. I'll tell you what. Here we go. David Hablutzel coming in for his final run. The last competitor here in the men's qualifier. Switch method to start things off. Straight into a slow rotated double 10. Front 12. Nice and smooth, looking in between the walls. Everything is happening nice and calm. One more hit to end this off. Big 1080. Oh, power squat. Not able to ride out of that clean. So boy, oh boy, Joey Okeson bumps into the final.
Yes, he will, and he'll do it with a 71. That's not an easy task to do for something to hold up. Also, Valentino Guselli, excited to see him in there in that 9th spot. Jan Scherer, he's done it too. Taylor Gold, unfortunately, Swiss Dave, not going to happen for him.
Yeah, that run was going really well too. Just that final hit. So that will do it for us over here in the qualifier. I mean, that was what a morning.
Well,
that's foreshadowing for what we're going to see on Sunday. So a lot more to come here.
And there's a look at it right now. Shaun White has done it for the U.S.
Hey, weird. 3 Japanese guys on top.
Well, and Copper, there was 4 on top going into it, and there's 3 right there. But you see the Americans, Shaun White, Chase Yossi, Taylor Gold. Those guys are locked in those 3 ways right now to make that team. So they're solid. Jan Scherer in that 8th spot. And our final 2 guys getting in, well, Valentino Guselli in the 9th spot. And then another American, Joey, getting in. So there you go. See Joey right there. So 4 Americans out of 10.
Hey.
What's your thoughts there, Todd?
Team USA is looking good, but they've really got to contend with a super strong international field being led by the Japanese precision of Ayumu Hirano. Precise and asleep. Those 2 things don't really go together, but somehow they do for lowercase g.
Indeed. And you're going to see those Japanese riders be in those top qualifiers 3 and 4 times. It's going to send a message to Team USA that they're going to have to work maybe just a little harder. Maybe some extra push-ups. We'll talk to JJ.
You know what? But looking at Taylor Gold right here, he's got a run that can do it. It's different than everybody else's. I know that he's got a switch McTwist. I know that he's got that McTwist rewind. There's all kinds of crazy stuff that he can bring to play to work.
All right, well, let's send things down to DC, standing by in the mix. DC, what is going on?
Yeah, guys, hanging out down here with the Green Mountain State representative, Joey Okeson, and, well, you held on. You got in the finals of that 71. What's going through your head right now?
I had no thoughts at the top. Very stressful moment. I'm just happy I could pull through. So excited for the finals.
How was it waiting around for those last few runs to go, especially David Hablo-Etzel, such a solid rider, him the last one to drop?
Yeah, it was terrifying. I mean, I was just hoping for the best and, came through and made finals. First Dew Tour. Excited to be here, yeah.
Right on. Well, congratulations. What do you want to say about everybody, or to everybody back home that might be cheering you on from Vermont?
Thank you, everyone, for watching. All the support. Much love. Let's go.
All right, congratulations, Joey Okeson. We'll see you in the finals.
Thanks, DC.
Yes.
It's good to see some East Coast new blood making it into a final.
I knew that would come out of you at some point on that one.
Right? I got to throw it back to the pride.
Well, you know what? Shaun White made it happen. The pressure is on. Take a look at some of the highlights of all the action going on here at Dew Tour Day 2.
Yeah, there's some drama, but, if you want to make it into a final, you got to bring it when you need to be bringing it. Here's this combo, that front 5 into the double McTwist 1260, into that big alley-oop 5 that got Shaun into that 4th place qualifying spot. Relief.
That's more relief than you can realize right now.
That's right. How do you spell relief? Well, apparently it's double McTwist. I'm not going to try to spell that out because it's a lot of words. Letters, whatever. I don't know. I'm cold. But the double McTwist 1260 into that alley-oop 540 with the not very much seen rodeo claim at the end of that run. But it was Team Japan bringing all kinds of crazy back-to-back switchery and just basically dominance of how to ride a pipe.
And you got to look at it, man, too. Top 3 Japanese, top 4 last week. And I'll tell you what, it's all racked up. And we had a chance to talk to Shaun White about everything that's going on here, boy. I tell you what, day 2, the Dew Tour Copper Mountain. Shaun White's done it. He's made it to the finals. And he's definitely grateful for the fans.
The guy in the parking booth that scanned me in, that kind of got so excited to see me that it looked like he was getting, teary-eyed, and the people that I bump into and the chairlift line that go up the hill with me, and it finally dawns on them that they're sitting next to me and they're like, oh my God. You know, this sport has been my life and it continues to be my life, and I'm so thankful for this sport and everything it's giving me, and I just want to say thanks.
I think in slopestyle, I find myself doing the same tricks over and over again. So when I get in the backcountry, I definitely make it a priority to try different stuff and try to like express my snowboarding in a different way than a slopestyle contest.
You figure out a run that works for you, and then you do good at a contest with it, and you just kind of stick with that throughout the year. So when you get in the backcountry, I think for me it's definitely a priority just to try different stuff and add different grabs and look for different features. I think that's what I like about backcountry, is because you can just choose what you would like to do. Usually when you build a backcountry jump, it takes a full day to build, and then you go home and come back. So I've been here for a few days now. Just been trying to build some jumps and yeah, get some clips. You sleep on it, wake up early, tired, sore. Sled out there, and then you kind of just try to do your tricks. So the whole time for me, it's super intimidating because I've been thinking about it the whole time. I'm a head case and stuff, so that can be scary and it's hard, but it's definitely well worth it once you do the trick that you would like. The first trip that we went on in Jackson, Ben Ferguson and Sage Kotzenberg did ravine, and I was like terrified of it, but I was like, if those guys are hitting ravine, we got to step up a little bit and hit something that we're a little scared to hit as well. And that kind of set the tone for the season, and I think that helped Joy and helped me. I would prefer not to be remembered as the kid that won the Olympics. I'd like that to be like one of the things I did. My goal in snowboarding is just to try to be all around good at everything, riding rails, riding powder, riding half pipe, and riding something crazy, something really big, or something really weird. I think that's what excites me. You might as well try to be able to ride everything. Not only you're meeting more friends and all that, but you're also just making yourself better as a snowboarder.
I see a lot of parents that are pretty hard on their kids in snowboarding. That's one thing that helped me in snowboarding is my parents were never really hard on me at all. They were always super supportive. They've literally always helped me out with everything. Who knows if they were pretty hard on me when I was snowboarding at a young age. I don't know if I would be where I'm at today.
So good to have you home.
Yeah, in my family, I'm one of 8. We just adopted a new little baby boy. I think the role that my family has played in my life is massive. I see a lot of parents like take it kind of like, you know, a football dad or something crazy, you know, which is just not really what snowboarding is. My parents were so supportive. We never really been known to take things too seriously, and that's what made it fun for me.
I'm gonna do front 3, method, the tail. I'll go over to the down rails, and I'll do 5-0, the lip slide. And that'll be the run for the day.
All right, cool, man.
Come on.
Let's see it.
All right.
When I was younger, learning tricks and all that, it was all captured by Kai. One of the biggest things, and they say it in all sports, I think, is just like filming and being able to look back at what you did wrong and what you did right, and that helped me massively. We really don't go many places like without each other. He's not only like my brother, but yeah, we're like best friends for sure.
Oh yeah, that was dope. I like that.
That was
dope. That was sick.
I would definitely not be where I'm at without him. We just moved into this house maybe 2013, and right when we were rolling up the hill, my brother said, he's like, we gotta get this place, you know, it's got like a perfect slope for a little backyard park. Every year it just got bigger and bigger, and then we got rope tow and all that, so now there's kids walking down the hill right now to come snowboard at it. The story with the new Red's Backyard Park, it's at Copper, Killington, and Park City. My mom kind of presented this idea to him just because we always have kids over here, and the idea was to have a park where you don't have to actually buy a lift ticket. You just sign a waiver and you can go hike the park, and hopefully it gets more kids into snowboarding. To have like a park that's free, I think will be massive. And exactly how the backyard is run here, I hope that can be shared at some other mountains as well.
I don't know. I mean, we just kind of stay up here, so I never really realized any of it. But after the Olympics, I wasn't back here for so long just because I was traveling so much. And then probably wasn't like, didn't come back here till like next year at Dew Tour or something. So yeah, it's really cool seeing people, you know, like actually that watch snowboarding and all that. And we're hyped on it, you know, and probably, yeah, it's cool.
Thanks for having us. I've seen one of your Facebook posts and all over the world. I mean, that just must be
Thank
so
you.
Overwhelming.
It is a little overwhelming, but it's good to be home. Thanks for
I assume it's casual.
Grab your fork and knife. What do you want to eat? Eggs?
Sure, I guess.
Bacon? The bacon looks good. Potatoes? Look, there's waffles. Are you doing any syrup or no? Orange juice or anything? I'm gonna do some orange juice. Yeah, it's for the women's high school basketball team. Yeah, I think, well, it's just like Summit County. It's all one big high school. But my mom and my parents just reminded me of this one yesterday, so I thought it'd be cool to bring everyone here. Yeah, I think maybe go check out the backyard, see how it's filling in, and then probably just make our way on over to Copper, go ride for a little. Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming.
Yeah, see you later. Thank you guys so much. Have a good one.
I hope you enjoyed your breakfast.
Oh, it was awesome. Yeah, it was great. Oh yeah, bacon was great. What, is there a little maple syrup on there or something? I'm gonna have to start coming here a lot more to find that out.
Do so.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Joy was probably pitched to us like a little over a year ago now, I guess. It was like mainly like Aaron Blatt and Ben Ferguson and Sage like wanted to do a movie together, and I was lucky enough they offered me to go snowboarding with them. It was really cool. It was awesome. I wish I almost wasn't doing as many contests so I could have focused a little more on it, but when I did, it was really cool. And those guys were so motivated and like just wanted to like go so insane in the backcountry. It was really cool to watch.
Laurel.
Ashton, go grab your dog.
Give him a treat or something.
We're gonna set up Asher's board, and then I'm gonna put my bindings on my board. Haley got Asher some new bindings though. I like, especially early season right now, it's so nice to be back here and like just have a place where you can, you call home and like you can be here for the next 2 months while, you know, early season is going on and the contests start up. It's pretty awesome to be here and just kind of chill and go to the mountain whenever you want and be on your own program and not someone else's, which can be really nice when you're almost always on someone else's program like the rest of the year. You're just kind of like, not really like told where to go, but suggested where to go, and it's just like you're kind of on that program once that's happening. which is fun, but again, it can be cool to have your own like opinion and all that on things. All right, I'll go get dressed real quick, maybe. Yeah, probably one trophy that stands out for me is probably this one. I just think it's cool. It looks cool. Yeah, it's from the Open. And then this is from the team challenge, actually. Burton gave it to me, which I was psyched about. This is the one I think I like qualified for the Olympics from this Grand Prix. And it's like a big wave challenge in Bend over here, the 40 Merrill Invitational. This one I won the overall, the World Cup, 3rd place at Christchurch, some other Olympic thing that I won that they gave me. I don't know, I guess last year at the US Open, me and my buddy Brock like just saw Ben Ferguson snowboard and we were like just around, I don't know, and just snapped it for some reason, just broke it. I don't know. And he was like, he was pissed, but he was chill about it. And then later that night, he found my trophy and just we were staying at this like at the Burton Hotel House thing in Vail, and like there's like this perfect spot you can jump off the balcony. They hate when you do it, but you can, and it goes right into like a 10-foot deep pool. And I guess late night he just chucked that on off of there, and I like woke up in the morning, and I guess my brother jumped it like 4 hours later, like late, like 5 a.m. he jumped in and got it. But I gotta respect that. Gotta respect that. I mean, I broke his damn snowboard, so.
Boots up soon?
I'm booting up. I think my boots are still wet from the indoor, and they smell like shit. No, I don't travel with anything though, other than like just clothes and stuff, I'm pretty sure. Oh, this is kind of sick though. I travel with this and an HDMI cord because I have like an iPad and we just pop some movies off there. That's nice. The backyard kind of came to be. My parents moved here maybe in 2013, and like one of the first things my brother said while we were rolling up is like this hill just looked perfect for a couple rails and stuff. And every year since, it just kind of got, you know, better and better, more rails and whatnot. And then the rope tow got added, and then we had a few upgrades on top of that. Yeah, the evolution of the rope tow has been kind of pretty cool to see. We started out with a little Honda 50. That thing was on its way out. I don't even think it had another year in it. And then from there we went to a little electric rope tow that looked a lot like this, but it could barely hold like 1 or 2 people. So we upgraded, and now I think this thing's just a full-on motor. You just plug it into the wall though and flip the switch and it runs nice. Every once in a while we have to like tighten up the rope because it'll get kind of slacky like it is right now, but it's pretty easy. You just go down there and pull on the rope a little. When this place is like, when it's actually full of snow and like we have a good snowpack in the backyard, we really don't leave the house too much. We kind of just hang out in the basement, me and all my buddies, and then ride the backyard for a while usually. But the thing is, it's like a while is like an hour. You get like so many laps on the rope tow. Make our way down to Chipotle, come back, hang out for a while, watch the football games or whatever's on, and then we'll do like a night session or something, or like a, you know, right before it gets dark. But yeah, once we get more snow, it's pretty fun to ride. It's like classic down bar is probably my favorite rail, I'd have to say. This whole line right here. Like a drop rail right here, down, flat down over there. So this one, these are like old horse fence rails from the house. This one's from an event that used to happen in Denver actually called Snowboard on the Block. And they just gave us these rails actually after they were done with them, which is really nice, yeah. There's like 2 of those long down bars, which is cool. And then we have like a whole rail garden over there just full of some like junk and stuff. But yeah, a little up bar right here, and then we get down into some animals down here. These are there's chickens back there, some goats right here. Last time I've been here, we've got a few more for sure. We got like a billy goat, I see now. But yeah, they're pretty chill. They're freakish though. Like when we ride our dirt bikes by them and stuff, they get like all scared and stuff. The chickens are sweet. That's where we get all of our eggs from, which is really nice. My older sister Tegan, she's a professional food blogger. She's been like named, I guess, #1 food blogger like 3 or 4 years in a row now or something. She's made 2 books that are doing pretty well for sure. But yeah, this is where she works out of and does everything like that. She's kind of got everything that you could ever want. Makes mean cocktails. That's her night ritual. This is like, this is seriously where we hang out. Like every night we go basement to snowboard in Chipotle, and then come down here. Yeah, just my sister's barn here, but I think we're gonna go back up to the house, get ready, head on over to Copper. Yeah. So did you say a 20 flat 20? Let me see this. Oh!
Oh my God!
Dude, that could not. He literally bounced to the tranny. Was he? So is he okay or no?
I don't know. Like I think he's all right. I think he's.
Dude, that was the gnarliest bail I've seen in a while. On our way to Copper, gotta fill the tummy with a little Whole Foods, maybe smoothie, maybe a cayenne pepper drink actually. But yeah, just gonna fill the stomach before we go out and board. afternoon style. No, thank you. Do you guys have any hot sauce here, you know? All right, yeah, we can just go right around the chairs. I gotta hit a penis. Why would it be? Good stuff. Go run up, take a few laps, maybe a little more, you never know. But looks fun out. The sun kind of came out, which is dope. So here. Oh, you want me to clip it? Here, you can carry that now, huh? Everywhere I walk, I'm just getting mosh pitted by you guys. It's such an L. Okay, we parked here probably 7 times this year and haven't got one, so that's weird.
Can't believe I'm just
Yeah, we just got done boarding at Copper, came over to Woodward Copper to watch some skateboarding, maybe do a little skateboarding. But yeah, this place is pretty insane. It's fun to come here and watch. It was sick until I bodied myself. It actually felt so good too. I was like, shit. I don't know how skateboarders just slam super hard. Like, that's all I got for me. And then I fall and I'm done.
How long are you going to be riding at Copper?
I leave this Thursday, but I'll probably come here again tomorrow and the next day. So yeah, I'll see you guys out there probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, later. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you
All right,
too.
see ya.
Yeah, later.
All right, I'm gonna go. Hey.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. Just got done with the day, started at the house, checked out the property, made our way over to Copper and Woodward Copper. But I think we got a Sunday night game on, so.
Dew Tour is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Do the Dew. Safeway. Fresh foods, local flavors.
When I think about like